Storms! Storms! Storms!
Hi, hello, good evening. Welcome to Bubba Share Show, number 310. Happy Valentine's Day, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you like it or not, it's February 14th, and the world thinks it's Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day to you. I hope it's a good one. However you want to celebrate it. I'm not super big on kind of holidays like that, if that makes any sense. But, you know, it's a thing. Welcome to the show. I'm very happy to have you here. My name is Baba, by the way. In case, hey, El Ducad, how's it going? Hey, tonight's our big night. Tonight's our big 4th super share this evening. I brought my notebook. Starting at about 7 p.m. this evening, we are going to be, that's in an hour from now, by the way. We are going to be picking up where we left off. This will be the 4th time that we've done this, ladies and gentlemen. It's called Super Share. We take over the Sunday where you make me play the games that you want me to play. And I share with you readings from my World of Warcraft development notebook. In fact, I'm kind of wearing... I did, Doyle. I busted out the OG body paint for the evening. I figured I haven't worn this since the very first one. Is this like my 3rd time I've worn this on stream, I think? I don't know. I always worry that people might think that all I do is talk about WoW, but it really is. I mean, it's a pretty... probably the most significant 20% of my career, but 20% of my career anyway. But the reason why I stream, ladies and gentlemen, is because of World of Warcraft. Not only am I a hair club for men, not only am I the original quest designer for Hair Club for Men, I'm also a client. That's right. I also happen to love the game that I made, these many years ago, 15 to be exact. But anyway, it's a pretty easy handshake, ladies and gentlemen. Did I already push this button?
So just let me introduce myself.
It kind of goes into some shit, if I hadn't already. Anyway, we're going to have a very chill night. It's going to be intense, but it's going to be chill. We're going to keep it as chill as possible. I mean, we are going to be looking back at notes. I mean, at this point, right, like when we pick up, we are 2 months from ship. Actually, 2 months and change from ship, right? Like, I'll refresh us where we left off, like when we last left our intrepid hero, ... We'll cover that when we get a little bit closer to 6. I mean, I'm sorry, 7 about that. I just kind of wanted to shoot the shit with you to see how you were doing, right? Oh, I'm having a rough week, having a rough 2021-ish. All things in perspective, right? Like, the stream is going fantastic. We've got great company here in chat. But, you know, here we are stuck in pandemia. There are other things, but everybody's got troubles, right? We're getting by. A human being, I'm going to point this out now so I can get this out of the way before more people show up. I don't know. I've got old man face going on. I have these red spots. Look, I'm putting all the creams, salves, and lotions on my skin now. I hadn't been for a while, but I started putting that wonderful coconut oil. Oh, Mc3D. This is the body paint that we're talking about right here, my OG shirt. So I got that kind of bullshit going on. It's old man shit, right? Like, when I say old man, I'm 50. I'm 50, actually. There we go. Yeah, man, we had weird wind last night. See, you guys get 10 feet of snow and minus 450 degrees, right? Hey, Zorano, it's good to see you. Yeah, I just figured we'd shoot the shit and see how you guys are doing and, you know, maybe get a chance. Doyle, I know you had sent me some videos from before. I'll have to look up who sent me what, but we could take a look at a video. Just while we get, well, gives people a chance, right? Oh, let's point out. Hey, JWW, good to see you. Thank you for being here tonight. Yeah, I figured I'd wear the blue and black tonight, right? Bust out the blue and black. Seeing as though, you know, we're 2 months away from the launch of this thing anyway. At least when we start picking up on the notes over here. Is that why I have the marks? Because my unguents... I don't know what the fresh fucking hell this is, but I have a new razor. I think it's just my skin. I think I'm just irritated in general. I mean, how long we've been cooped up inside now, ladies and gentlemen? I've been cooped up for a year minimum, right? No, yeah, year minimum, right? The last time I've gone outside into the world. It's not like I haven't actually left the house. But, you know, now I have to research oils, liniments. There's a new one, Doyle, that I wanted to add to the rotation. Oils, creams, salves, unguents, and liniments. No, we did not. No, we did share that. Will you share that with us, Doyle? And we'll just pop that and get right on to it. I specifically didn't watch that video because I wanted there to be an opportunity for us to kind of go through it. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, but we'll watch some of it. Well, I mean, it's Mad Season. We'll watch as much as we feel like we want to watch, right? But yeah, let's do that. Let's watch this Mad Season video. Mad Season, ladies and gentlemen, in case you don't know who I'm talking about. Go look up Mad Season Show on YouTube. He's in my not so humble opinion, probably one of the best, if not the best, WoW content creator out there right now. At least from my perspective, right? We'll call him one of the best from my perspective, top 3, if not the best. Yeah, we're going to be doing Burning Crusade here pretty soon. Are you going to be doing Burning Crusade? We are. We are. I don't know what I'm going to do, but we're going to do it, right? Like, I've got my 60 Resto Shaman, and I even have my 60 Hunter on Mancrick. We've got friends of the show. We've got folks in chat who now play on Mancrick. Horde, by the way, for the Horde. Maybe we'll level that guy up to 70. Hardcore has a pretty good hold on me, and this Valheim game just came out of nowhere, right? We kind of put the screws to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm going to be done with that, putting the screws to that game. I think, and I say this now, but you know what? Until the next Valheim comes along, we're going to at least do half a show of Final Fantasy, right? It was just, everyone was talking about it. Valheim! And I'm still playing the hell out of it. There you go, Arcturus. Thank you. You let the cat out of the bag, which we love. The 5th one is up, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Number 5 will be up. Number 5 is up. I'm asking more from you this time now. 444,444. It's a 50% increase. Can you do it in 30 days? Do you want things to spend your share shinies on? First 2, Arcturus. We'd give you the first 2K badge if we could. And we thank you very much. Friday, they get... Oh, here we go. We'll get this going. 56 minutes. We'll watch some of it, right? We'll watch some of it. But when it gets around 7, we'll get going here. Hang on. I love this song. When we get going at 7, I'm gonna put on. I found Johnny M. You know, the guy that I've been listening to a lot lately. A lot of that deep house music on YouTube. He posted a fair number of his mixes on Spotify. So we'll be listening to some of that on Spotify. Now I'm learning individual names of artists. We go research artists. See, that's how music appreciation should work. You hear a mix. You get the track list, you go investigate it on your own, right? And I'm like, oh, look at this artist that I love out of it. I've discovered so many artists doing that I shudder to think how unrich my life would be if I had not listened to these people's music. Hang on. We're just getting our... All right, here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we always say. Hey, while this is going on, I am going to turn this down. Oh, my God. I'm going to have the blaring light in my face here for an hour. If that's all right by you. Don't get eliminated! All right, we ready? We ready for this? Hang on here. I need to do a little... I want to watch chat while we do this, so... I'm doing a quick switcheroo. Thank you, Not Toxic. It's good to see you this evening. Yeah, sorry, everyone. It's not happening. Classic TBC profit margin won't feel... Oh, my, you better... This is Bobby's second yacht, by the way, for the record. Just in case you wanted to know, probably. There we go. Which class are you going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see what Mad Season says. Hey, Style, good to see you. Are you prepared?
You are not prepared.
Oh, shit.
After all, that's why you click this video, right? The Burning Crusade is coming, and you're undecided of your...
The beautiful thing is I get to pause this to say thank you, Dionic. Thank you so much. Welcome to Baba Share Show. We are... getting started at 7 p.m. We're going to get started on the 4th Big Super Share. We're just watching one of my favorite content creators out there His name is Mad Season. I've been holding off on watching this. If you've seen it already, my apologies, but we're just going to get into this. I mean, Burning Crusade is coming, right? On February 9th and 10th. Blizzard is going to tell us that they're doing it. They're not going to do it. Iron Wolf Saber, it's good to see you, man.
Your main class. I can't really say that I blame you. I'm sure many of you have played Vanilla Classic, and you'd of course know that the classes are much more clear-cut. You want a tank, you pick a warrior. You want to be the best healer, roll a priest. Best DPS, warrior. Smallest wiener size, mage. Over a year ago, I helped guide you in your class choice for Vanilla Classic, and many people have requested the same thing for BC, so I've returned now at the turn of the tides. I'll tell you right now though, it'll be a tougher choice. These classes all have roles as they do in Vanilla, but it's not as extreme, and the disparities between them are lessened. Now, there's not a clear-cut winner for tanking or healing.
Do you think that's the beginning? We'll be pausing, and I'll be positing these questions to you as we go along, right? Do you think that's the beginning of the end? Right? Do you think the homogenization that we see, so that at least from my perspective, right, that Shadowlands has, where all the classes feel essentially the same at their core, they have different flavors as far as visual effects go. Maybe you do your 1 2 1 2 3 4 3 4 1 2 3 4 in a different cadence, a different order. But it's true, right? In Burning Crusade, these things get a little more not so clear cut, right? Not so clear cut. I mean, there are other taking options, but really, it's warrior at the end of the day. Not the case in Burning Crusade, right? Is it wrong for there to be specialists and hybrids? Should all classes be some kind of hybrid? We'll ask him Thursday. We're doing our duos with him again on Thursday. Early afternoon, right? Feel like it's not the beginning of the end. I feel like he just brought all the specs into the mix. That's fair. That's fair, right? Like, I know a number of people who say Burning Crusade is the crowning achievement of the World of Warcraft series, right? The World of Warcraft MMO series.
There are no more, quote, useless specs that have been weaned out of the meta in Vanilla, and not just through damage, healing, or damage mitigation. As you'll see, there are a bunch of these little buffs and debuffs that warrants bringing at least one of these specs along to the raid usually. They're all still unique in their own right, but they're much more competitive. Those disappointed that Shadow Priest didn't see much use in Vanilla Classic raiding will rejoice in the fact that they're quite important for BC. Hunters have their time in the spotlight, and those upset at the overpowered nature of bullshit frost mages will be just as upset because honestly,
I couldn't
they're
get
pretty
mine past
crazy
25 in
BC too.
hardcore.
When people think the Burning Crusade, they think of hallmark features such as
It was
arena,
the beginning of the
dual
end.
crafting, and heroics, when in
Yeah.
reality, if you had to pick the biggest change, it would probably be how these classes evolved. And my goal in
Yeah, Arcturus, I'm actually getting to a point where I'm starting to think that Wrath is the end of the beginning and not the end of Wrath, right? Like, I think let's conjecture here for a moment, right? Like, let's conjecture with the idea that here, I will switch out to this view. Right? Like, let's conjecture with the idea here that phasing, I've said numerous times on this stream that I think phasing is horrible. It's a horrible concept, and it's basically trying to create instancing in the real world to a certain extent, right? Like, you are in this particular instance of the quest, so you only see these things around you, right? I mean, that's kind of what instanced content is, but it's just out in the real world, rather than sending you off to a dungeon where you can have your own distinct experience from someone else. I mean, by a certain logic, instancing is kind of a, but I mean, come on. At the end of the day, this is also a game too, right? You gotta help people. You gotta help people who are playing the game. You gotta at least let them have that kind of experience. Not everything should be first come, first serve, right? But how would you feel if they didn't do a classic Wrath, right? If the Wrath cycle was just this, Vanilla and Burning Crusade. How would you feel about that? How would you feel about that? I don't know if I would be so bad about it. Like, listen, I love Wrath. I played all of Wrath. Wrath is probably where I started really getting into the auction house more than anything else, right? But at the end of the day, I really enjoyed a lot of Wrath, right? Like my friends and I played the hell out of that experience. See, Pentelogist, I don't think I would mind it either, right? Like, let's just keep vanilla at that core experience. But I still stand by my argument. I think what they're going to do is they're going to copy and paste the first three. They're going to call that a classic block. And they'll rotate that in and out every 5 to 6 years, right? Like at the end of Wrath, we will have a revisiting of classic. Of vanilla as reclassic. I don't think it'll be reclassic, but it'll be, you know, phase 2 or cycle 2 or classic reborn or something like that. I don't know. So whatever marketing shield name that they want to put on it, I just think they'll rotate that every 5 to 6 years. Should have done a Warcraft 4. Yeah, you know what, Iron Wolf Saber, that's a really good point. Like, Arcturus, I don't think they're ever going to do a Classic Plus. Remind me and I'll pontificate more on that. They should have done a Warcraft 4. Some sort of alternation back and forth, right? Like the continuing of the storyline through both games. I mean, it's a disservice to the MMO to a certain extent that new content, and maybe it gets caught up. I don't know. Don't get eliminated! All right, here we go. Let's keep going again. Wrath of the Lich King left a sour taste in your mouth. I can understand that. Zomber Prime. Farming Arthas for some ice gear and Ragnos for fire. I think that's a reasonable idea, Zomer Prime. I really do. Yeah, I mean, Wrath is, in my mind, again, that transition expansion, right? The only thing I did for Wrath is I named, Metzen and I named a non-insignificant number of the high-end items, if not all of the high-end items. I mean, like, people made their own items for quests, and I'm sure people did it, but we just went through and named a fuck ton of items. Basically, deferred it to us in creative development, some of the item designers. Maybe that's a bad sign unto itself. I would have the anticipation that the item designer would also be good at naming items, coming up with various names and being in tune with that. But that's just my take on that sort of role. But hey, happy to do the work. No complaints here, right? Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's a good point that people are making in chat right now. Let's see how it works out. Let's see how Burning Crusade goes. And there's going to be a Burning Crusade Classic. Even though it would be funny if they said, nope, you think you want this, but you really don't, right? It would be funny if they did that. They should do it on April 1st. It should be an April 1st thing. You think you want this, but you really don't.
This video is to explain to you in what ways they have, what they excel at, and so on. It's still the early stages of MMO design. As you'll see, there's still a lot of one-button classes in PvE, but still lots of evolution across the board. Something we have to address first though, and I'll mention this throughout the video, is that these classes are heavily affected by some of the more broad sweeping changes to the PvE and PvP scene in BC. For example, the raids are reduced to 25 man, and debuff slots are increased from 16 to 40, therefore you have much more freedom in applying debuffs and dots to bosses. Anyone who's raided in vanilla knows that hunters don't want to use Serpent Sting, Shadow Priests don't want to use Shadow Word Pain, and certain items are frowned upon because they take critical debuff slots.
Yeah.
So, due to this decreased raid size and increased debuff cap, you have way more freedom to actually play your class in BC. This opens up the door to Warlocks using dots, Feral Druids using Bleeds,
Shade
and
of
much
Iran.
more. And speaking of freedom, you see support for each spec not only through class balance, but also through itemization. Those who played vanilla know that the armor sets were all designed for just one spec per class. For example, every tier set for warriors was designed around tanking, and DPS warriors had to get a random mishmash of offset pieces to support their playstyle. It was the Burning Crusade is when they added multiple versions of tier sets for each and every spec, providing the appropriate stats and also set bonuses
and the battle gear,
for both PvE and PvP. In the raiding scene, melee in general have a...
See, there's the beginning of accommodation, right? There's the beginning of... Everyone gets a moment in the sun. Everyone gets that spotlight put on them. Maybe the amount to which it was done in Burning Crusade was the right amount at the end of the day, right? Maybe it was. Maybe it was.
a tougher time as they have more cleaves and AoEs to dodge.
I don't know, Pentelogist. I actually think you might know more than that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Blizzard back then called Wrath of the Lich King an experimental expansion. They might very well have. I mean, the idea of phasing is certainly experimental in that regard, wouldn't you say, right? Like the idea that you could be on different parts of the story. And listen, as much as I rail on it, and I think it's an overall detriment to the World of Warcraft, right? At the time, it was pretty revolutionary tech, and I certainly didn't have as negative of an opinion of it as I do now. It's just having lived it and having seen what I think that does to the overall climate of the game is where I have begun to sour on that over the course of time, right? Like phasing, yeah, part of the challenge with the heavy vehicle use is here's all this great tech that we now have. Let's make you use it over and over again. Certainly, anytime you use a vehicle, you're not using yourself, and the whole point of this game is to use yourself in these scenarios, right? Vehicles are great in concept. But I think they should be a means, not a means. They should be a means, not an end, right?
I think this has always been the case with the game to some extent, but BC has the reputation of being pretty unfriendly to melee classes in particular, so something to keep in mind there. World buffs are nerfed. The meta in Classic Vanilla changes with world buffs. For example, Hunters would be much better in comparison if the world buff meta didn't exist, because they don't benefit as much from them. They're gone in BC though, with the exception of one, which is huge in the realm of class balance. Shaman is now playable by the Alliance, and Paladin by Horde, so if you wrote those classes off because you're a faction-first kind of player, they're now worth exploring. And on the PvP side of things, Arena is the new endgame competitive PvP activity. So you're going from these wide open battlegrounds to enclosed arenas with line of sight everywhere, which has a huge effect. For example, Hunters not being
I like
strong as they
battlegrounds,
were in
not
vanilla,
arenas.
This aspect being
Well,
one of them.
I like
In an open
battlegrounds
field,
far more than I
Hunters
like
and the
arenas.
Dothraki
Arenas are
can
okay.
1v1 just about anyone, so it's a much different story in an arena setting. Crowd control effects were nerfed to last no longer than 12 seconds, so say so long to mages being able to indefinitely reset fights, or grabbing a beer when you're getting chain sapped. Classes that used to rely solely on burst aren't as godlike with the advent of the resilience stat, and much more. Again, I'll take notes of all of this when the time is right, but I just wanted to mention all of this now to get you in that mindset
I think they
it's
feel
not
epic.
just your class that's
Drifty,
changing,
good to
but
see
it's
ya.
also
How
the
you doing,
environment
by the
around
way?
you. And I'd argue that's just as
Quest
important as
gimmicks.
the classes
Yeah,
themselves.
I can see that. And
For
fewer
the sake
of those
keeping
gimmicks
the length
too.
of this video
frankly.
down, if you're curious about PvE rotations or PvP gameplay, I'll have some nice examples of both in the description for each class and spec. May as well see those in action, right? So definitely check them out.
A hunter.
The hunter is the master of the wilds, and isn't shy of exploring the unknown of the outland. Of course, with the trusty companion by their side.
Oh,
As
Fel
you'd expect, they have a
Reaver.
focus on dealing out range damage, and that's where they're the most comfortable, but they can hold their own face-to-face if it comes to it. They're one of two classes to have direct control over a companion pet, with hundreds of families or variations to tame out in the wild. And aside from their powerful ranged attacks, they have a selection of traps to damage, slow, weaken, or otherwise debilitate anyone or anything unfortunate enough to spring them. They're arguably the masters of kiting in the Burning Crusade, and fighting against them is like chasing the greased-up deaf guy. The Beast Mastery tree focuses on improving the combat capabilities of your pet,
deaf
and is far more
guy.
powerful in the expansion. Marksmanship holds powerful ranged attacks, and Survival, aptly named, increases your survivability and also utility and support to teammates. They received some updates to core functionality, such as their dead zone. This will largely depend on how Blizzard does BC Classic, as this was in patch 2.3, but the
Removing a hunter's dead zone is something I don't think they should have done. As much as I might bitch when I'm in the dead zone if I play my character, I think the dead zone for hunters served a very excellent purpose, which is you have a zone in which you are very weak. You need to, as part of your gameplay, you need to be in and out of it, right? I think removing the dead zone, I think, yeah, Mad Season for sure, right? MC3D. I think removing the dead zone allows a hunter to not have to think about a pretty mission critical thing about being the master of a range class, which is, are you in the right range? Right? Maybe you narrow it a little bit, right? But I think the dead zone was super important. I just think enough key people were inconvenienced when they just want to. I'm lazy. I could be lazy when I play a hunter, right? Just plop your ass in one spot and not worry about whether or not you're in range or not. You've got, it's in situational awareness to your environment. Hey, Moostradamus, I believe it's Moostradamus. It's good to see you. Yeah, right? I mean, like, Moostradamus, oh, the predictions are true. It's good to see you. But yeah, right? Like, I mean, I notice it sometimes when I'm not firing, so I just back that ass up. Or I push forward because I'm trying to melee, right? I disagree. I disagree with that removal. I disagree with it. For whatever value you want to put to a non-World of Warcraft systems designer, right, has to say about it.
Hunter's dead zone was nearly eliminated.
We got about 30
As
minutes
you may
till the
know,
super
in
share,
vanilla,
ladies and gentlemen.
If enemies get too close to you, you're unable to shoot or use most ranged abilities, as they have a minimum range. And of course, there's a maximum range to your melee abilities, so you have this gap where you can't melee nor shoot. This is called the dead zone, and keeping enemies out of it is delicate and often difficult to do. In the Burning Crusade, however, it's removed since the minimum range for shooting has been drastically reduced, giving them much more freedom than their vanilla counterparts. Traps are now usable in combat.
I think a number of these changes were made for Arena. Like, Kevin can really speak with authority on this, right? I think Kevin can speak to more authority because he's the one actually having to deal with the pushes and pulls to his classes, right? Like, as PvP, I mean, take a look at, I mean, like, of all the developers who stuck with World of Warcraft, look who stuck with it the most, and look what's really super important now, right? Like, people come and go off that team, right? But arenas, raiding, collections, story. All these changes start getting made to emphasize these and eschew everything else. Sides get chosen here, right? You can start to see who the winners and losers are going to be. It even starts at Burning Crusade, but I think the action really picks up at Wrath of the Lich King, right?
And which is huge. It makes for a much more fluid gameplay style, and as
how did those sorts of decisions get made, Baba? Arcturos asks. Well, Kevin would be much better to answer that, right? But let's not kid ourselves when I say that certain people who held sway over other people typically got their way if they really wanted to, right? Because at the end of the day, you don't want to get fired if your boss tells you to do something and you don't think it's right, right? I don't think that's necessarily anything special about certain people that worked on this project. I think that's just kind of truth, right? Like, shit rolls downhill. Let's remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Shit rolls downhill. Is it right? No. I mean, and it's less in some environments than others. I know that when I dealt with certain people in regards to the reputation system, it was pretty clear to me that I was going to have to come through the window and not the door on a number of things. Right? Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, it's just hierarchy, right? It's just hierarchy at the end of the day. Moves. I'll remember that. I'll remember that, my friend. Good to have you here tonight. Good night. Good night for you to be here. We're going to get to the juicy stuff here in a bit.
As a result, you'll be using them far more often compared to your past self in vanilla. With new lands comes new wildlife, and Outland offers a wide variety of new companions waiting to be tamed. They now receive a percentage of the hunter's armor, attack power, stamina, and so on, covering up a major weak spot in vanilla of pets not scaling with you as you gear up. Ravagers are highly sought after for PvE DPS. Warp Stalkers have increased mobility with their warp skill, and much more. Plenty of variety and different looks to choose from in the Outland. Can you become the next Pokemon Master? A pet peeve of yours during vanilla may be the fragility of your companion, whether it be from PvE or PvP, as they die quite quickly to incidental AoE damage. You'll be happy to know that one of the many new pet talents is Avoidance, which decreases area of effect damage taken by 50%. You're not immortal, and you still have to keep an eye on them, but overall, a huge improvement in survivability.
Oh,
For
good to see you,
ability
Lions
roll call,
Ball.
For
Good
stuff,
to see
we
you.
have Steady Shot. Hunter gameplay and rotations in the PvE scene in vanilla can be described as being pretty stagnant. Unlike many other classes, they have no filler spell, and their gameplay boils down to auto-shooting until arcane, aimed, or multi-shot come up, depending on your situation, build, or activity. This changed in the Burning Crusade with the addition of Steady Shot, which has no cooldown, and after a short cast, deals moderate damage to an enemy, more so if dazed. Today, this ability is quite well known because, due to its 20% scaling with ranged attack power, it outpaced nearly every other hunter ability, and top PvE DPS hunters would weave it into this macro along with kill.
Under no circumstance, should you be required to do this right here. You should not have to make this kind of fucking complicated macros in order to be a master of your class. Serum, thank you so much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, we got the big, oh, where is it here? We got the big 5th super share up and running here, ladies and gentlemen. If you see right here, you can't see it on my screen, but I will. Oh, no, you're getting sucked down the K-hole. Oh, my fat face is in the way. Yeah, that worked out like tits on a fish. All right. You should not have to do this shit. You should not have to do this shit at all. This is fucking irrelevant. A gaming culture that emphasizes this, and if you don't understand it or if you don't eschew it, you could go fuck yourself. It's pretty goddamn rare that I would want to find myself in an environment where this is the exception. What's tits on a fish, Baba? Yeah, it's useless, is what it is. Marley, happy Valentine's Day to you. Some Valentine's Day love to you as well. Happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, Drifty. Ugh. You just shouldn't have to do it. That's all I'll say.
Command and use this exclusively as their PvE DPS rotation. Using the term lightly there.
Tyrannoran, good to see it.
DPS lost.
I don't know how to macro. Fuck me then, right? Yeah.
Of course, excluding your big rapid fire and bestial wrath cooldowns and trinkets. I mentioned kill command already, so let's cover that. This is an ability that you use to command your pet to deal some damage, only usable after a critical strike by the hunter with a short cooldown. Mana was also an issue for hunters in vanilla. I just said that the gameplay for hunters is auto-shooting until your abilities are on cooldown, but if you were to do that, you'd find yourself out of mana quite quickly. This was addressed in BC with the new aspect of the Viper, which over time restores mana, becoming more potent the lower mana you are. And many people are surprised to learn that misdirection was in the game as early as the Burning Crusade. This causes the thread generated from your next few attacks to stick to a friendly raid or party member, which is a huge help. Many classes actually got some sort of ability or passive to help keep their threat down in BC. This is one of them. Overall, threat is still a big deal in BC. I think it was Wrath is when tanks started getting it pretty easily, but BC is still tricky, and hunters bring very high value with misdirect here, and they'll want to use it on cooldown. Your trap repertoire has been expanded with the addition of Snake Trap.
Oh, I remember Snake Trap.
Snakes to attack whoever broke it.
My
They're not really damaging, but they do apply some hindering poisons, such as crippling to slow, mind-numbing for cast speed, and deadly for damage. Moving into talents here, I won't really go over all of them because I want this to be
obviously we're not going to get through all of them.
I will cover the new abilities and the major stuff.
We're going to get them in the order that Bad Season wants to give it to us.
Which gives your party a damage buff after your pet scores a critical hit. This is one of the many little buffs that many specs bring, as you'll see. Blizzard wanted a more even representation
why
of
do
the
hunters
specs
need
across
traps?
the board, and they didn't do this just by increasing the damage or covering weak spots. They did this by giving various party buffs,
you think you want traps, but you
don't.
don't.
Some specs would fall behind. There's always a reason to bring them. People describe this as bring the class, not the player, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is really up to your preference.
Yeah.
But
I've always been bring the player, not the class. I have always and will forever be bring the player, not the class, right? All it takes is a few people who say the class is far more important than the player, right? To really start to infect a culture within a guild, right? And it gets magnified, right? You can't necessarily hide so much in the shadows anymore because it's 25 people on a raid, right? So now guilds are your best 25 as opposed to your best 40. Well, they probably have like an A team and a B team, and you know how people break it out and whatnot, but yeah. Having marksmen not require pets is heaven. Some people refuse to raid with priests that aren't dwarves. Why would you want to raid with these people? Are the items and the power that you get in the game that important? Funny when the game starts to become, when the answer to that becomes yes, what happens to the social aspect of the game, right? I mean, it's hard for me to ever take an argument seriously that doesn't weigh that into an MMORPG.
Moving on, in Beast Mastery, you gain the Beast Within. It basically copies your Bestial Wrath effect onto the Hunter, increasing damage, reducing mana cost, and making you immune to crowd control. Marksmanship Hunters gain Silencing Shot. In Vanilla, they lacked any sort of way to interrupt casters, excluding Scatter and Intimidation, so this covers up a weak spot, obviously PvP oriented here. And Survival Get Readiness, which
obviously PvP oriented, right? Kevin, we get back to the idea, right? We get back to the idea that I think Kevin had mentioned this before, right? He has a particular game version in mind, right? Like he's weighing various things along the way, PvP, PvE. He's not taking the specificity of any of these into account, right? He's not taking what needs to happen for raids, talents that are specific to raids, talents that are specific to arenas, right? He's talking about how these characters exist in the world with these abilities, right? When you start catering talent, when you start catering specials, each of these are specials, right? This is a term that you're going to hear me use a lot in game design when I talk about game design and streaming. It's what Richard Garfield taught me, specials. There's a basic rule set. There's a standard rule set, right? Any, like, talents, anything, it creates special opportunities above and beyond what you regularly can do in a game or anything like that. Special should be as broad as possible because you have, I mean, I'm pretty sure each of the, I'm going to guess. This is a total guess. This is total conjecture. But each of the talents in Shadowlands for each of the classes, right? Each of those talents has this is what you take when you PvP. This is what you take when you want to PvE. This is what you take when you want to arena. This is what you take when you want to raid. This is what it goes on and on and on and on and on. No, Zomer. That was Chris Metzen. Chris Metzen was the creative director. He's the vice president at Blizzard, but during Vanilla and during Burning Crusade, he's the creative director. I believe his creative directorship goes through Wrath, though I could be wrong. Maybe Alex's CD by that point. I don't know. But yeah, the vision of the game, right? The vision of what the world is, the vision of that was Metzen at the end of the day.
Instantly resets the cooldown of all other Hunter abilities, sort of like the Rogue's
We might just get through Hunter here. We've gotten 11 minutes into the video. I keep stopping.
Everything. Survival also gets a crucial supporting debuff called Expose Weakness, which causes your crits to increase the attack power of all raid members by a portion of your agility. And many raids would run one survival hunter for this debuff members alone. Overall, hunters are very well represented in the Burning Crusade. You may have heard from many that they're one of the top DPSers. Their Beast Mastery spec shines through in PvE content, making use of that steady shot macro as described earlier. Some will say simple, others boring, but nonetheless, very powerful. Survival is also important. It's not as potent as Beastmaster, but that debuff brings valuable support, and they'll always be wanted for that. And marksman hunters will find their niche in PvP due to their high burst damage and added control, although that won't be the only spec that you see in Arena. But overall, the hunter becomes much more versatile in the Burning Crusade. A lot of that clunkiness was washed away. Sometimes it feels like you have concrete shoes with traps not usable in combat, or the extreme dead zone and pet fragility, and players who wrote them off because of these things may want to give them a second look in the Burning Crusade.
I mean,
Extremely
the hunter
PvE,
is easy mode,
very capable
in
PvP,
vanilla/classic.
regardless of your
for me
preferences,
anyway, right?
An appealing choice.
I'm
to
not
be
the
sure.
best hunter. It's just What is
War.
it?
War never changes.
Oh, now we're in Fallout.
Since the dawn of humankind, when our ancestors first discovered the killing power of rock and bone, Blood has been spilled in the name of everything, from God to justice to simple psychotic rage.
Oh, Yellow Warrior 11. Before we start the big super share, huh? Well,
War never changes.
it never does.
But Warrior, on the other hand, does quite a bit in the Burning Crusade. They're still the plate-wearing juggernauts you've come to know and love. Sometimes it just feels good to hit things.
Yes.
I feel like a description
Hit it
of the
very,
warrior
very
class
hard
is
and
pretty
very, very
unneeded.
fast.
They're the most straightforward archetype in any RPG. You wear heavy armor, wield big weapons, and beat people into a pulp until they rage log a level 1 alt to shit talk you. I guess maybe if you're new to the game though, in World of Warcraft, they operate on the rage system. You generate rage as you hit enemies and get hit by them, and you then use this resource to power your many melee attacks. What weapons you use and how you use them, however, depends on your specialization. Their arms tree remains to be their PvP tree, with a focus on improving their two-handed capabilities, as well as some debilitating effects for PvP, although they do become valuable in PvE as well, as you'll see. Fury still prefers a dual-wielding playstyle and is the go-to for those who prefer PvE content, and Protection of course bolsters their defense, and although there are up-and-comers in the tanking realm in BC, Protection warriors are often seen to hold the crown of being the best
ready for
single-target
Paladin
tank
tanking,
with your
by
wide
the way.
variety of defensive-based cooldowns. For ability roll call, first up we have Victory Rush. Anytime you score a killing blow, you get some free, rageless damage
That's
to
right.
keep the kill streak going.
Eventually they get
But do note that
two-handed
this is
weapons.
before it healed them
Yeah.
in any way. Warrior mobility sees an overall upgrade with the addition of the Intervene spell, which allows you to charge towards an ally and take the damage and effect of the next hostile action towards them. Mobility-wise, this is crucial for quick escapes or closing the gap if an ally is positioned favorably near an enemy.
It's Mill
And
Fury.
for the most sharp, if timed correctly, can be used to take critical abilities
Crack
such as
cow!
Kidney Shot, to name just one. Warriors who've been bullied relentlessly by coward two-button frost mages will generate more real-life
Coward
rage to
two-button
learn that
frost
it's still
mages.
pretty much the case in
Do you-
BC.
do you feel
but
the
you can at
bias?
least hit one button now instead of just
Do you
AFKing
feel the
to
bias?
wait for your inevitable demise. And that's Spell Reflect. Only usable with the shield, this will reflect one spell cast on you within the next 5 seconds, with just a 10-second cooldown, which is pretty crazy. It gives them some way to defend themselves against spellcasters of any kind. Our pea-sized brains are strained with the addition of a new shout. Commanding Shout gives you the option of increased health, but you must choose this or Battle Shout, not both. Unless you have two warriors in the party, of course.
You have to make choices. We
Talent-specific
can't have
abilities
that.
include Rampage for Fury, which after scoring a critical hit, allows you to stack attack power for 30 seconds. Arms Warriors, on the other hand, don't get a new ability, unless you count Death Wish being moved from the Fury tree, but they do get the important Blood Frenzy talent, which gives your bleeds a raid-wide 4% increased physical damage taken by the enemy, so it's never a bad idea to have an Arms Warrior in raid for this alone. Another important one to mention is Mace specialization. The Burning Crusade is when warriors became infamous for their mace stun. This talent received a buff, and it procs all the time. And looking up old warrior arena videos in Burning Crusade,
I like how the
usually
mage
they'll
is
be
named
using a
two
mace
buttons.
because it's just stupidly good. And Protection Warriors get Devastate, which deals some damage and stacks us under armor. Tanking in vanilla boils down to Bloodthirst on cooldown, assuming Fury Prod here, and then Revenge when it's up, Heroic Strike for Rage Dump, and either Sunder Armor or Battle Shout as filler. This is a game changer because it's an actual damaging, no cooldown ability that you can use between revenges, making it feel like you're doing more than just holding threat, and it makes tanking feel a little bit less awkward. Combine this with the huge buff to shield slam
Okay,
damage,
I'll buy it.
and also
I'll buy
generally
it.
increased boss damage.
I-
The Sword and Board takes the crown back from Fury.
See, my philosophy is if I'm doing a roll, I'm not there to worry about if I'm doing more damage. I get the value of it, right? But if my job is to hold tanking, I assume that the damage I do, like I think about this in the context of Final Fantasy XIV, I just want everything attacking me. I don't care how much damage I'm doing. I just want to maintain control of the fight. I make the assumption that the heals are being applied to me. I control where the fight is. Others who are built for such things do their magic accordingly. I'm not focused on... Trust me, the situational awareness needed to maintain the control of a fight, I'm okay if I don't have another extra button that I have to push. But I get it, right? Like, that's actually a different style of play than the average play, I think. So having more shit to do, that's fine, right? Okay, okay. It just gets nth degree, right? Nth degree. Oh, we got a little bit of time
As
left.
the
We got a
tanking
little time
spec in
left.
BC. Warriors grow a lot in the Burning Crusade. A lot of what they lack in vanilla seems to get addressed, with the biggest being mobility with Intervene, Spell Reflect to help them against casters, and some serious self-healing through Second Wind, which is going to be a must for any PvPer. Tanking feels really nice with the addition of an actual damaging skill with no cooldown. They do very well in PvE. In PvP, they're still kings due to their burst and the healing debuff from Mortal Strike that's still unique to them. And tanking, they're as good as ever. They're represented well in just about every role that they are intended to fill, and are a very good choice for players who want to strive in both PvP and PvE, DPS or tanking.
Yeah, you gotta learn your craft though. Oh, the hate for the mage is coming.
The Masters.
We might stop here, actually, ladies and gentlemen. If we decide that we're going to pick this up again, we get a little more time. Maybe we'll devour this over the course of time together. I won't watch this any further. We'll leave it at those two, right? So the only two classes that you can choose now are Hunter or Warrior. Okay, go. Hunter or Warrior. What are you? Go. If it's all right with you, I might keep the light off, right? Like having, I know, it makes this look jankier here. I would be Hunter just because I would be Hunter, but Warrior, I mean, pretty appealing, right? Like I want to learn to love Warrior eventually. Yeah, look at all that. Akela, good to see ya. Anyway, is it okay? Is it okay? Good. Yeah. I mean, first off, you'll see less of my old man shit going on here. That's just, I washed, I bathe. I bathe? Whatever. Don't get eliminated! Yeah. Pastor Dave, you violated the rules. We said Hunter or Warrior, go, and so you choose Paladin. That's all right. I would choose Paladin too in those, if my choice is Hunter or Warrior at the end of the day. Yeah. Had trouble getting into melee classes. As it turns out, yeah, I guess I did too, though. Paladin, it was easy for me. But at the end of the day, right, I play a mana Redditon, right? Like a lot of the damage I'm doing is from my judgments and my seals. Do I enjoy bath bombs? I am not a bath bomb kind of person. I do in my older age where I have salves, creams, oils, unguents, and liniments. Liniments, Doyle. Liniments. Oh, look at this. We might actually... Fuck, I might need this after all. Fuck me. I might need this after all. Oh, look at this. It's not that bad. Look at that. I'm just old man. This unguent needs an enema, right? I actually kind of need this to see the light here. You can also see all my old man detritus that falls off my body here. We're fine, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just in my head. I'm 30. Why is my body not 30? All right. Here's what we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to have you here tonight, by the way, friends. Yes. I don't know if it's going to be loud. Young bull for sure. Young bull. I am wholeheartedly the old bull now. I am wholeheartedly the old bull. I am not the young bull anymore, Pastor Dave. I am not the young bull anymore. I am the old bull now. Aged code, I don't think we're there quite yet, Arcturus. Talk to me here in about 5 or 10, though. We'll see how closer we are to the aged Kodo look here, right? All right. Ideally, you're not going to hear this music super loud. But you know how I like to do this. I like to have some music going in the background. It helps me frame the mood. I catch myself as I kind of do these remembrances and these notes. It helps keep me anchored. The silence is kind of deafening sometimes, right? And as always, please ask your questions. Don't be shy about using the soundboard. The soundboard is there for our entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, right? Remember, there's the Doyle rule, though. All right. Thank you for being here tonight. Welcome to Super Share number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We good? Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's a lie. The Doyle... You see, you got framed, dude. You got framed. All right. When we last left off, your hero had currently had some projected quest work. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Right there. IFSW subway content. Pat ended up doing that quest. We're going to pick it up at 9:16, right? Temporary faction spells. We kind of went into some technical stuff. Do dev notes and try to level the 8% kid. Ooh. How about no? I'm sorry, I need to do the full bear. How about no? (9/16/04). It's our design meeting, by the way. Don't get NPCs to anything higher than... Don't set NPCs to anything higher than 62. We got that note. 60 is the best cap, but 9/16/04 was when we got that note. Let's put that in context. We're coming up on a little over 2 months before we launch. Am I chicken? Next push. Maybe this coming Sunday or Monday. New animation system, by the way. October 4th. October 4th. Less than a month. Last beta push for content lock. Right? We have to put a content lock into place. We just can't be changing things all at the last minute. Remember, we're pressing this shit on the CDs as well, right? Like this is gold master shit. No. I should have been the voiceover. They didn't want my voiceover services. I auditioned for Gnome, and I got a Hale and Hearty. It's one of those I never heard back from them. They maybe I was close. I don't know. I just never heard back. October 4th to November 1st is the shit that we do that goes into patch 1, by the way. So anything after the 4th is going into the first patch. Content lock means no newly dressed NPCs. Plan ahead for work in October. Yeah, so what that meant is that because these NPCs had to get dressed and they had to get baked into the world, if I'm adding NPCs, I had better take care of that shit myself, right? At 200 gigabyte patch, yeah. Blacksmiths have gossip. Ready for quests to progress. Silithus, point for meeting. I am the point for the Silithus meeting, apparently. Spawning, make sure it doesn't snafu war event. Make sure it doesn't snafu the war event. So any additional spawning that we might do. Yeah, hey, by the way, a month before ship, all the shit you got to do. All right, do Silithus now. Now do this. Now do this, Sean. Now do this. I mean, I loved it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just sharing thoughts and feelings as they come back to me when I think about this, right? Reputation to do. Identified previous quests to give big 4 rep hits to. So basically at this point I'm going through all the existing quests and saying this should give rep, this should give rep, and the big 4 are for each side, right? Each of the 4 factions of the alliance. Mount vendor, mount trainer, gossip chains. Still got that to do. 4 team factions in place. This is reputation report. Horde Alliance. First polish patch done. No more numbers. Clear UI viewing. Red check mark, meaning I'm going to war, right? We're gonna get that. No checkbox for passive action, right? There will be no box to even check for a passive action, right? Like no reason to ever go to war with it. Zone is spell focus. All right. Thank you, Marley. This is the OG here. Before I became Baba Ganoush, I was known as Gracchus. There you go. That's probably a better way to share that, right? I mean, you can't see it. Oh, my big old fat Baba sure shows in the way. Well, life's tough. I'm sure you'll get over it. Oh, here we go. Lots of... For escorts, 9/17/04. Start event must complete. Quester must not die. Fellwood Emerald Circle. Look at all these names. And you could allow me to share with you the initial scratches of what we're looking at here. Argent Dawn armors? How about that? How about things that we wanted to get you? Look at me doing math. Look at me doing math. Trying to figure out what I can get you, what would work. Right? A lot of designer notes, a lot of math notes at this point. No. Just it was said on 9/17/2004, Pastor Dave. Like wrists, chest, legs, feet. A lot of these notes eventually evolved into what you're going to see for Zul'Gurub, right? Or did I already cover Zul'Gurub? Might have. It's hard to remember. So at level 1, enriched mana wafers. Those are the mana biscuits. Blessed sunfruit juice. What's up, Micro? How you doing, brother? Hey, Jordy, that's right. That's right. In for the super share. We are underway. I really remember. Here, I'll pontificate on this little point here. This is the first time. This is sort of me coming through the window like I talked about, right? This is me coming through the window. I wanted to give you value for doing these things, right? My original idea was like your reputation was a form of currency. I couldn't get that through, so let's at least stratify what you can and can't do, right? Stratify a reward structure. But, you know, once you're good with a rep, you don't really have to come back to it. Maybe I guess that's okay for MMORPG content, that you could be done with a thing and then move on. I just felt, you know, in the idea of there being a world. I guess I was more involved in the Solithus War than I give myself credit for, because here's our next page here. All right. Oh, Jordy, those are great rewards. Rest and Stake. Let me tell you about my thoughts about what we wanted to do for the Enderhall Lich fight. 4 towers. Take out all 4. Each tower causes some sort of zone-wide conflict and chaos. That never got implemented. Summon Lich. The easiest way to do it, like all these ideas about the event that we want, see, this is the idea of like turning... This is the idea of trying to do content that everyone can react to without phasing, right? And it is a challenge, and I certainly see where phasing becomes the issue at hand, right? Hey, Will of the Watch, good to see you. I gotta change this. I gotta move this out of the way. There we go. Because I'm looking here and I see my face and I get distracted by my own face. Can towers be creatures? It was just easier to spawn everything out there and kind of quicker too, honestly, right? Spawn everything out in Anderhall and say, go at it, have at it, you figure it out. Sneaky Perp, what's going on? Good to see you. Welcome to the big super share tonight. Valentine's Day in the flower shop. Ooh, mein Leben, Jordy. That has to be retail at its finest. Are people even here in Pandemia coming into the store? Do you get a lot of phone orders at what you do? Silithus Ward, Tyrande, Staghelm, Cairn. Each at a special position to counter Hive Rush. Big statues, spawn, spell, when they come in. Sand, look to it, whirlwind. These are taking notes. We're all discussing these things along the way, right? Platform with gong, break up the gong. Statues flank attack the gate opening. Summoning in. Animations for gong needed in vibration. Splinix models. Assembling the mallet used to strike the gong. One part from Ragnaros. Limiting to person that starts it, finishes it. From gong. Bad troops out to hive positions to begin the fight. Classic disable / changes to existing regions as the event starts. Fail conditions along the way to reset zone in case of hang. Silithid Moonglade preparation more during war event. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of crazy fucking snow going on right now. Arcturus, something I see in engineering is a lack of writing ability. Is this something you saw as a problem with designers, new or experienced? My philosophy of what makes a good designer is different than other people's philosophies, right? At the end of the day, I like a well-rounded human being as a designer. People who are jacks of many trades, maybe masters of just one or two, as opposed to if you're a specialist, you have to be the master of a lot of the ancillary areas of where you specialize, right? Again, right, if your job is to build a world, then I think you want as many tools at your disposal and the knowledge of how to make as many tools at your disposal. It wasn't necessarily the case at Blizzard, but when I got to Riot, especially when it came to the idea of how do you balance 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 champions, Cadwell started hiring a number of people who have absolutely the worst social graces I've ever seen in designers. But they're good with crunching numbers, right? So yeah, it gets to be a problem, I think, but I think that's more when story and the world become less important and numbers and BIS philosophy become more important. My kind of designer roles narrow. I mean, you need a bunch of people who have to be reminded to bathe. True story there. That's not a fun discussion to have with a human being. But they could fucking crunch numbers all day long, right? So they could do the balances. Yeah, that's great fucking. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get through the World of Warcraft, we'll get through the Blizzard experiences, and then we'll move on to Riot. Oh yeah, also wear shoes to work. How about this? How about you wear some shoes? By the way, Metz is going to sketch the flow. Any type of thing that covers up them fucking feet. Arcturos, flip-flops are fine. Wear fucking soles under your feet. Metchin will sketch out flow. Gong. Begin story. Go to hive positions. Gong. Start hives. Start giant waves. Gong. First shatter. Anubiseth. Next giant wave. Obsidian destroyers. Gong. Second shatter. Final wave giants. Only druids first, then others can do the quest. To start non-repeatable. Failure. Enough giants to shut down Gong area, similar to Pat's Ogre Quest and Blacklock Spire. Creature template notes field. This is completely different. Zone, substone, some more notation here, right? We'll move on to Silithus scouting here. Add a small camp, tent with 5, on plateau in Unguro that leads up to Silithus. Small way station on road into Silithus. This is the area where players will learn about the status of the zone in regards to the war. Across from Graveyard. Need higher elevated plateaus near the edges of 3 main hives that the heroes will go to and make their stand. They should feel as though the bugs must stream directly through these areas to where the platform by the gate is. Change to ravine to channel through, by the way, but a big check through that. Raised area where the platform, the gate will reside. POI is southwest corner, tents. Magic braziers, large crystal being extracted from the ground. East hive, wasp hive. Share this with you again. Lots of notes this day. Silithus War is pretty big, right? I mean, 927 is where we're at now, ladies and gentlemen. Ashen Veil level design. How about this? 927. Black Fathom is now in Ashen Veil. Next step is to analyze XP breakdowns on a zone-by-zone basis. Hey, all that shit you're doing, yeah. I mean, but this really begins the work of going through and making sure that initial content, right, like, is up to snuff, right? Like, where do you want the gaps, right? If, again, ladies and gentlemen, time, quality, cost. Pick 2, right? Pick 2 of that triangle. That's a good question. I don't remember where it was before. But it's now in Black Fathom Deeps. I mean, but Black Fathom Deeps is now in Ashen Veil. Maybe it was in Darkshore. Maybe it was in Feralus. I don't know. Northern Darkshore? Yeah. That might have been the case. I mean, it's right there on the border between the two, right? Would you rather have your gaps when you're leveling up 25 to 30, or would you rather have your gaps 55 to 60 when you can figure out what you're going to do more toward to get to the end? I mean, we just, again, right, we emphasize so much. If we had more time, we go back and fill up earlier level content, right? Because not everyone makes it to 60, right? Like, we sit here and we talk and we pontificate about best in slot. Let's remember that there's a whole class of people out there playing this game. They might not even make it to 60. Or maybe they have that 160 PvE character, right? Again, the idea is that this game has a broader appeal than just to the 4 classes that we always seem to identify when we talk about modern WoW, right? Maybe that's what we should call it, modern WoW, rather than WoW retail. Overall priorities on this Ashen Veil level design. New content has support. Newbie Zone spit shined. Horde Alliance adding general content. Credit where credit's due. Jeff was certainly driving this. I think Pardo was driving this too, which is why I said credit where credit's due. If no mana cost whatsoever, then okay. It's just a new section here. Have the spell. Must be item and notes. Notes on items, rather. Anyway, 92904, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the Shatter Spear Trolls, right? I'll try and keep myself meticulously groomed. Troll priests? Part of their quest series for the class between Darkshore and Moonglade. Medicine, ambient area. Wait on development, appropriate textures. Humanoid bonus, storm crows as wandering patrol for Moonglade. No hunter types in Moonglade. I think it's better to show this one off here. 10:04:04. There's a jump, right? With that faction reputation UI polish. Ooh, look at the scribblage going on here, right? Look at this madness at this point. Blah blah blah. Are you part of the blah 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 reputation micro? Sneaky perp I am. At the end of the day, well, here, let me put it to you in context like this. The buck stops with me when it comes to reputation. They already had a foundational system when I got there. I, in theory, had the opportunity to change that to whatever I wanted to do. Having just come really off of the EverQuest's faction system, I had ideas on how to make that better. I think you make it better through content than you necessarily do through system. But yeah, we ran with it, right? Like the stuff that was there reputation-wise when I got there were out in Desolus, Magrum, and Gelkis. And the Timber Maw had been put in there, and they were like, we know we want to do something faction-oriented here. And I pick up the ball and I start running with it from that point, right? But I commit to it, right? I commit to it. Sexy Batch, you sexy son of a bitch. Good to see you. Yeah, we're having a great Sunday. We're having a great Sunday. Glad you're here. Glad you're here for the big super share. Yeah, right? Like the Wildhammer. Like the Wildhammer stuff. That's like, oh, well, let's do this. That's me trying to figure shit out. Amidst while we're doing everything else to add shit to this game. 10:04:04, ladies and gentlemen. Level 10, teleport spell to Moonglade. Tauren and Night Elves get that. Druids, right? Flight, Druid, and Druids get a flight-only path out of Moonglade. To Thunderbluff and Rooferin Village. 10:06:04. Eric Jennifer, Moonglade flight paths that Josh was doing. Confidentiality, important. I had to read it first because it's like, oh, I better not. Keep yourself clean from Wowser. I wish I remember what Wowser was. WOWSER. Sharing information. Oh, I remember what this is. Yeah, let me talk to you for a second. This is the first. There were certain people who were let go during the development cycle for many different reasons, right? Some people left on their own, some people were laid off. Confidentiality, loose lips sink ships is exactly it, right? Like when you're working on video games, anything you say or do can be used and magnified against you. Case in point, welcome to Baba Share Show. When you talk to a journalist, they need to make their they need to get their shit done. They need to make their bylines, right? But there's a difference, right? When someone asks you a question, you giving a legitimate answer about, oh, here's how I would do it. But there were certain pieces of concrete information that Blizzard did not want us to share. Don't share it. Don't share it. It's never worth it. It's never worth it. Yeah, you're a big man, big lady on campus. Being a game developer. It ain't all that. It ain't all that. Keep your mouth shut. Loose lips Free Pepsi, don't share. Loose licks. Sink ships. Loose lips. Sink ships. Oh, wow. $10.11.04. Let me share this quest idea I have with you. Improve Thaw Pelt Sack, 14 slot plus 1 spirit. Remember when I told you I wanted to have bags that had statistics? Apparently, at this point, it was still good. Requires Traveler's Backpack, plus the Thaw Pelt Sack you had, plus a valuable gem, plus item from Ungoro's Stone Guardians. It's a part of the Old Doom series. Item that drops off of them quest to improve the bag, right? So making it like your own 16-slot bag quest. See, early on, I'm already identifying how important bags are, right? This is the work that I'm doing to see where we can do our level 16 Druid quest. The one where you learn at level 16 how to swim underwater, Druids. I can see like Sludge Fin. Horde can maybe go to the Sludge Fin. Alliance is the Dark Shore North instead of, I think for the Horde I make you go all the way over to, what is that? In order to get that boat, one of them is in Silverpine Forest, right? I think I send your ass over there. We need you to get out and see the world. Hey, quest designer, make them go. Make them go places, huh? Yeah, the quivers, right? I mean, like, the quivers give up. If you have a place to store your arrows, that means one of the disadvantages of Hunter is that you can carry less shit. Because you got to carry your arrows, right? You got to carry your arrows. What are we looking at time-wise, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, we're only 30 minutes into this. We are well underway, though, right? Oh, look at all this crazy shit going down here. Shizzlewark. I'm sorry, Shizzlewhack. I have no idea what Shizzlewhack is, but back in the day, it was pretty fucking important. Shizzlewhack. I think that might have been the name of an NPC. The first one here is I continue to think about and iterate on the reputation system UI. I wish I'd leaned into this more. I wish I could have gone back in time. Part of this becomes more relevant if I had stayed on the World of Warcraft team, but I did leave design to go into creative direction. Let's acknowledge that, right? I spent 2 years on that team as a game designer and 3 years as a JV creative director / team manager, right? Not a JV team manager. I was the manager of like 20 people. Right, but I'm learning from Metzen. I mean, we're bringing the World of Warcraft trading card game to market. That seems important, right? Ten times on the scale of reputation. That seemed important. I'm not sure what that means, though. But let's talk about Ashenvale, right? 10/15/04. Less than a month. No, not less than a month. A month. We'll say a month and change away from the actual launch of this game, and we're discussing what do we do to Ashenvale to boof it, to give it some boofage. People working on this zone: Sean, Pat Nagel, Moonboots. We were the 3 people who went through Ashenvale and kind of added some shit to it. The Tauren Great Hunt mechanic, where you go out in the world and you've got and there are the 4 names, and you. What I wanted to do is I wanted you to be able to. The idea of the Tauren Great Hunt quests in Ashenvale was, how many times have you been out in the world and you found a named mob and you've killed that named mob, then you come into town and there was nothing on the mob and you're like, what the fuck was this for? You go into town, it's like, hey, we need you to go out and kill that, that mob you just killed. Yeah, we need to go have you kill that again. What I wanted to do was I wanted to make sure that if you were in the world, you happen to find it, you actually got relevant. It was relevant to you, right? Like, oh, look at this name thing I discovered. Oh, I brought it back to town. This is all for the Horde, too. This is all boosting for the Horde. Earthen Ring versus Twilight's Hammer quest. We had a quest, I make you go over the water elementals. Furbolgs and their micro zone. The theme of Ashenvale is that this is Horde expansion area. Squash demons wherever they are. Named ancient protectors. Horde questing. Yeah, micro. I figured you would. Oh, by the way, I don't want to cover up the power of Shizzle Whack. Shizzle Whack. You missed the TCG loot cards? What do you all think about? What all of you? The diabolical plans chain added in TBC is fantastic, Cherry. Good to see you, by the way, Cherry. Mind of Doozy, good to see you. What do you all think about the TCG loot cards? Do you like those? What do you honestly? I mean, maybe you don't know about them. Oh, nice. That's great. You really wish they'd come back? They never will. Yeah, good to see you, Kershaw. Yeah, I'm biased about it. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, so I had a alcohol subscription service. Welcome to Baba Share Show. But what it did was it sent me samples. It's called Flaviar. I discontinued it just because I wasn't really using it, but because what they do is they send you samples and they have like a membership fee, but you can also get bottles sent to you of the things you try. I've got so many of these to try tonight. I figured we might maybe sample some of these as we have a beverage with you on Sunday here, right? You all right with that? You all right if I have a cocktail here? Serum, I still do. I don't have any of the good loot cards anymore. But I still have like a couple sets back over there. Little party man. Really want one of those swag shirts? Yeah, this is what the team got when we launched Swag Man. Good to see you, by the way. I'm sorry, little party man, good to see you. You'd be offended if I didn't. Well, I'd better stop offending you. See, they send you these. Like a test tube of booze. Graku's food. That's me, baby. I made that. That's mine. Graku's mincemeat fruitcakes. Better like the taste. Hope you like the taste of. By the way, that stuff is used in addition to food. You get your food, you get your water going, then you use one of those fruitcakes, and you're just like, boop! I'm basically up there. Hey, Lincoln Logs, good to see you. All right, everyone, here's what we're going to do. We chose, what do you think? I don't know the answer to these, but how about A, B, or C, ladies and gentlemen? A, B, or C. Here we go. A is black, there we go, right? Alamo Black Label Bourbon. Oh, I am so sorry that these are going to be difficult to read. We are going to Flavor Town. Apparently, these are some taste of some Texas bourbons I've never had. Ranger Creek 44 Rye is B. Balcones Texas Single Malt Edition. How about that? Texas Single Malt. All right, so we got What do you think? Oscat saying C. C. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. Others may have different ideas, but Oscat and Lion's Maw. Oh, there's option D. Well missed.
Hey, buddy, got a dead cat in there or what?
Fuck you, asshole.
Arnold at his best. Blant is your vote. All right, we're going to get to this here, right? This single malt. Gonna get a little sody water over here to the side to clear the palate. It's flavored, but not too much, so don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I don't think we can drink all of this in one sitting, nor do I think we should. But I got my fancy. I got one of them glasses, right? It's pretty cool when they send you this too. This is like stone. Little thing, little stone, little Flaviar. Try them all mixed. I'll take the next one. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. A little single malt here, right? What is that? Is that 2 fingers in there? That's like 1.5. That's like half, right? Let's do it this way. We'll do halfsies. We'll do a little half-C action on this. We'll put this back. Or work on this Texas single malt. All right. What we're supposed to taste, flavor-wise. Cheers. Hang on. Oh, we will. This is our... They send you like a little flavor profile. See, sitting here talking about it, I actually want to resubscribe. Good news, they're pretty forgiving about resubscribing. Half a C here. All right. Thanks for joining us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a shitty week, shitty month, shitty year, shitty pandemic. But you make it worthwhile, right? Not to blow too much smoke up your ass to call it sunshine. Cheers, friends. Pinky's out, bitches. It's hot. Yeah. That's right, Lincoln Logs. Woo! Oh, it runs spicy. Woo! Definitely sweet, definitely caramelly. It has like a weird wood vibe going on that I can't quite place it. Oh, it's still talking to me. It's still talking at me. Holy shit. That's right, Lion Maw. You might lose friends along the way through life, ladies and gentlemen. You certainly are going to lose companions because everyone dies. I mean, not to be Jesus. Hi, super morbid. That's the thing we have in common. You know, life moves on without us. Whatever you take out of this life, whatever you can give back to others, I think that at least matters along the way. So again, cheers. Woo, we're going to run a little hot. Single malt. It's trying to be Scotch without. It's trying to be Scotch. It's definitely got that sweet caramel vibe going. But it kind of reminds me of it's trying to be some Scotch, right? It's not trying to be bourbon. It's single malt, right? Drifty. I don't care if anyone remembers my name. No matter who you are, how many handful of people have their names survived, and is it truly them? I'm not here to be famous. I'm not here to have my name live throughout the ages, but I'm here to contribute. I'm here to... If the work that I did through 25 years inspires people to do things, and the streaming, especially now, right? Like the streaming that I've been doing for a year and a half, if that contributes, that's how I want it, right? Like I've already settled on the fact that this is my Act 3. This is hell or high water. This is what I've chosen to do. I love it. I do. I don't want this experience. I don't want these experiences that I've had throughout life to just go away. And I was kind of settled on doing that. And this isn't intended to be a super downer type thing. I'm just sharing with you. I'm just being honest with you, right? This is how I'm going to do it. We'll hold on to that for a bit. I'll hold on to that for a moment. You did help. You did help, Swoshu. And I don't mean that to be dismissive, right? Like, everyone who played WoW has their own stories. Not all the stories end with happy endings. Think of all the friends you might have made while playing World of Warcraft. Think of all the things you've done. Think of all the late night merriment or early morning merriment whenever you play, right? I am SoCal. Thank you for the follow, friend. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the show. Great night for you to be here. Your stories made WoW. Mad Season is a human being that was not part of the development team. Tell me that that human being does not have a lasting impact on you or I in regards to World of Warcraft. Your stories matter because those are the stories of World of Warcraft, right? Yes, filling out your collection is amazing. Clearing Castle Nathia, I'm sorry that I'm mispronouncing it, is part of those, are part of those stories, but that late night that you're up with your friends doing trade skills, just fucking around, laughing and joking, those are the stories too of WoW. And I don't think for a moment that those things don't exist in modern WoW, but they don't exist to the same intensity. They don't exist to the same degree that made World of Warcraft originally special, right? And that's the power of an MMORPG. That's the power of a massively social game like that, where it does bring people together, I think. Anyway, we'll move on. We're getting close, ladies and gentlemen. Shizzle whack. And this is where we were. By the way, I run the shittiest ASMR on the internet, too. By the way, here you go. You could see how we divvied up things. You could see how we divvied up shit. Haven Games is another great example of one of those content creators whose story really makes WoW. Today I learned I had never heard of Haven Games. I haven't really heard of, again, right? Remember that I led and still honestly kind of lead a sheltered life when it comes to World of Warcraft and its content and the people who make up the community. You have probably been part of the community longer than I have. I just have an asterisk by my name in the fact that I created some of the experiences that you got to go through. At least before Cataclysm came along. Gave it the... And you know what button I love pushing whenever we talk about Cataclysm, don't you?
This town needs an enema.
That he passed away. We'll check him out, right? Like, I mean, that's actually kind of ties it back in, right? He may have passed away, or she, or Haven Games may be gone, right? But that legacy continues. And you know what? Now that we're recording this shit on the internet, and I post some of these up there, I don't care if you remember my nickname is Baba or you know my name is Sean. If any of these experiences that I share with you are of value to you, you're going to let me know. Chiselwhack. All right. What's a WW? This is not me telling you go to Goat See or Tub Girl, but Sloperama. I think that's a design site if I remember right. Yeah, Arcturus, and again, let me give a shout out to the hardcore community here, a community I'm a huge fan of, and a community that I'm very much an active part of. If you would like to learn a little bit more about hardcore World of Warcraft, what we play in the community, please go check them out. There are a lot of great streamers on tonight that we're probably going to hand off to at the end of things this evening. But yeah, check them all out. Check them out. We're part of the Hardcore Classic team. Lots of great streamers. Afro, happy Valentine's Day, man. Happy Valentine's Day. Afro, I was about ready to get into my Ashenvale concepts. 10/17/2004, right? Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Did Cupid strike you with the bow of the arrows of love tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Afro. I'm glad I found Baba when I see him playing with Grays the other night doing hardcore dungeons. Mine of doozy. God, I went to start getting going with my other characters so they can be in range so I can have other experiences. The lower level the character, the way more interested I am in doing dungeons, right? Cupid gave you indigestion. Cupid may have given me the unsolicited finger in the anus. The UFIA, as we call it. Unsolicited, mind you. Unsolicited is the key phrase in there. All right, let's get to it. Hey, check this out. Torn Great Hunt Concepts. Hippogriff, maybe?
Everyone's talking about this taint.
Taint no furbolgs. See what I did there? Taint no furbolgs in this Torn Great Hunt. There's a hippogriff, a night saber, and a bear. Yorn Skyseer at Camp Torrijo. Or Camp Terrajo. No. We park that ass in that new camp. Water elementals by the Talon Path, Mistral Lake. Befouled elementals are 23-25. Alliance gets it from Silverwind Refuge. Kill X monsters and trip the area trigger on the small island is one part of it. Higher level water elemental up. Drop item that gives quest. Yeah, that's what I like to do, right? Hey, here's this monster that has a name, but you don't have a quest to kill it. Oh, you killed it. It gave you an item that you go turn in for a quest. And again, what have we always said about the quest log, right? The 20 item, imagine your quest log is a backpack, ladies and gentlemen. And you put those quests in there like items. You only ever have a 20 slot backpack in vanilla. There are some technical reasons, but there's also some designer bullshitty reasons too. Anytime that we could give you an item, anytime that we could do a thing that would kind of circumvent the use of the quest log, the better off it is, right? I mean, you've seen us play hardcore. How fun is it to kill quests out of a quest log? His name is Shizzlewack, baby. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're getting into some interesting things now. Thistlefur Village. Top of the morning, TT.
Lucky 13.
And 13 more. And 13 more after that, my friend. Top of the morning, TT. Always a pleasure. Over a year, my friend. Over a year you've been with us. You were here through the bigfollows.com days. You were here pretty goddamn close to the beginning of it all. Yeah, because we started on Twitch in January of 2020. We got our start on Mixer, believe it or not, but we moved over well before the whole, hey, Mixer's rolling up. One of the first, brother. Early adopter, my friend. Early adopter. Fucking A, me too. Me too. We saw the writing on the wall way early, though. We saw the writing on the wall way early. I'm just kidding. Hey, Cherry, are you doing... I saw you were playing Valheim. Are you doing your solo game over there on Valheim? I spent all day yesterday. Had a lot of things on my mind. I did 2 things yesterday while it was storming here in Vegas. Hung out with Dags. Arcturus, it's all good. Better late than never. No better time than the present, right? We also got Dags. Dags, thank you. Yeah, it's much more fun in group. It can be. It can be, Cherry. It certainly can be. I will probably keep that more. I will share it from time to time. Like, for example, I did a 2-hour video today for our Patreon viewers. We have Patreon. I put it up more as an experiment. I'm not going to shoo you away from that. I ask $5 a month to be a share show runner over on Patreon. And in theory, I'm giving you an extra show a month. Right? But I just put it up there to say, if you want to support us through this, rather than through Twitch, here's an opportunity. We got our first legitimate Patreon. Not that the other people weren't legitimate, right? It's my buddy Corey, my buddy D, and my mama. Mom watches these videos, right? But the video game part of it, she's watching it for me. Not necessarily for the video game stuff. Yeah, you could go see us over there if you want. I just put up the 6th video. There should be more up there. Anyway, you can see these. Mama Ganoush. The concepts. Thistlefur Village. Moonshrine Ruins, sorry. iPay.adp.com. Baba was writing down information about how to get paid. 10/28/04. Design meeting. Oh, it's a big one. Wow, so I haven't touched this book in 9 days. And again, this is what I would use. I mean, I guess I'm just working, right? For patch 2, the lockdown is December 1st. On server, December 15th. Ashenvale, streamlining playthrough. Plaguelands greater than Silithus in fleshing out. Here you go, right? Plaguelands is more important than Silithus. You want to know why? So many people ask, right? So many people ask, why did Silithus not get finished? 10/28/04. Plaguelands is greater than Silithus in fleshing out. Triage, right? When it comes down to shipping shit, at the end of the day, fucking triage. What would you have rather have seen? Would you have rather have seen less shit in Plaguelands and more shit in Silithus? Or how it got shipped? You let me know. Good to see you again, Echo One. Time, money, quality. Pick 2 of the 3, brother. I already did the triangle. Everyone do the triangle with me. Everyone do the triangle. Hang on. More in Silithus. You should have been there, Oscat. Should have been there. 10/28/04. Maybe you could have put some sense into us. I don't say that dismissively either. Class quests. Priest, Warlock. PvP quests. Alterac Valley. Ajara Crater. Look at that. Ajara Crater. Dungeons, Meridon, Dire Maul, and raid content. Phase 2. Toggle visual on helm and cloak geometry. Handy info, 40 kilobytes per outfit baking. So anytime you bake an outfit into the game, an NPC gets their outfit baked on them, that's 40 kilobytes. I do have some thoughts on Moonglade that I can share with you, Marley. Yeah. I have a little bit of the story on that. I've talked about that in previous ones as well, right? I'll tell you the story here of that here in a moment. Let me get through this page and then we'll talk about Moonglade, okay? Tom Cadwell and I, here's something I wanted to get to. This is the beginning of my relationship with Tom Cadwell. Reputation balance and quests needs to make an even progression up through each race's faction on a team. So I get partnered up with Tom, who is, at the end of the day, let's put aside any future issues that we have with one another. We are a good yin-yang combination, right? I know enough about math to understand what he's going on about. He understands, at least pays attention to enough about story to understand and like development and creative development like that, to understand where I'm coming from. But we're both game designers at the end of the day. He and I make a great fucking team starting at that point moving forward. And honestly, it's one of the reasons why I get hired at Riot eventually. He leaves to go be the lead, and I basically am like, yeah, I have no problem being your number one. I have no like lead creative designer, right? For a game like League of Legends, we understood that at its core, the emphasis was going to be on gameplay over story. But story still had, at least back in the day when we talked about it. Oh, D Knight, thank you so much. Thank you for the Patreon. Look at that. Now you get to watch all the videos. And the thing about those Patreon videos too, like for some of them, I'm like, hi mom, how's it going? And I'm basically streaming to my mom. There's 6 of them over there. I appreciate your support. I really do. Thank you very much. That's right, baby. Number 5. Number 5 is alive. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. See, now I say in the 6th video, right? I really got it. Each of the videos basically in Patreon starts off, I have to get my shit together. ... I play Valheim for 2 hours today. That's number 6. And I kind of talk a little bit about Richard Garfield. I talk a little bit about virtual drudgery in video games. If you like the Baba Share show, we'll point you over there. Not to necessarily plug the shit out of things here. But while I mentioned plugging, by the way, I have no
shame. Shame. Shame.
Because
by Grabthar's hammer. What a savings.
TED mockups for new UI. I don't know what that means. Patch 2. Fix mount vendor and mount training. You can see this. You tell me what's going on here, right? Zomer Prime, I would do a lot of shit. I would approach shit considerably differently in League of Legends, but at the end of the day, at least for the 2 years I was working on that project, I stand behind my work, right? I think we were able to create some pretty unique and interesting champions that didn't necessarily come out of left fucking field, all 40 of them, right? I think the thing that got me the job at Riot was I came in at the end of the day, I said, where are your foundational characters? Where's your fighter, where's your fighter, thief, magic user, healer? Where are these archetypes in these 40, right? Having more identifiable and anchorable characters, and maybe, you know, from a certain extent, I'm not saying don't do Fiddlesticks. I'm not saying don't do Annie. I'm not saying don't do any of those original 40 characters. I'm not saying don't do Mundo. If your goal is to, you know, have some foundational characters, and surprise, some of those characters that I made are still used to this day as their primary characters, but it's taken them 10 years, but they probably have beaten out a lot of the work that, or at least tried to do. How was that retcon that they did 4 years ago, right? How did that work out? I don't know. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, it's not companies, it's people. Your Riot Game. Yeah, pretty much Riot Game. Not after Valorant, right? You got to eat your words at that point. They have another game out. But it took them how many years? And it was basically hiring a completely different team of people to work on a thing. Valo is good. Oh! See, now I got shit. God damn it. I shouldn't have mentioned it because now I have to do an extra thing a month. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You're guaranteeing extra monthly content from yours truly. And now we'll see how the Patreon thing works out, right? Are you holding your breath, Cherry? Are you holding that? Are you holding your breath here? I lost my place. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Holy shit. That's what we're at right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time of year when Blizzard ships their game. 11:04:04. About 20 days before launch. Eastern Plaguelands. I'm doing the research, right? The Crimson Crown Guard Tower is 54. There's a house nearby, north of Darrowshire. 56. Bridge southwest of it. Eastwall Tower. Broman Mill to the east of it. Argid Dawn lives here, maybe. Blackwood Lake to the west. Ruined homes. Sirloin strips for dinner. Oh. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, earlier today, there was breakfast hash was made. North Pass Tower. Anyway, you can see what's going on here because I want to talk about the Stratholme raid section. Look at all this shit, right? That we're getting notes on. Again, ladies. Oh, shit. There was something you wanted me to talk about. Moonglade. Yeah, Moonglade. Sorry. Let me hold my place. Let me hold my beer. Let's talk about Moonglade for a moment. So Moonglade in the story is the home of the druids, right? In fact, you caught Moonglade, right? You caught some of the notation that we were talking about earlier about no hunters in Moonglade. So Moonglade is this zone that really exists for the Cenarian Circle. There's no adventure in it. But Pardo, in his Pardonian way, comes up to me and says, "Hey, you're doing Moonglade as well." All right, I guess I'm filling it with quest content. Where is this priority-wise, right? So I ask the questions that you usually do. He gives his own Pardonian-style answers. But really, what do you put in a zone that is first and foremost for druids? So I start doing the druid quests, having you go to Moonglade. Hey, if you're a druid, you get a free teleport to Moonglade. Which is actually a zone, I mean, like, you can go left or right for high-level content, right? But if there's... Yeah, exactly, right? That's what we eventually settled on, Micro Grizzly, right? Despite what Pardo thinks, that zone isn't built for adventure. We could possibly make it, but again, right? What do you give up? Let's just talk about the time issue, right? If I start putting content into Moonglade, for whatever level of content, like it's high end, it's a pain in the ass to get there unless you're a level 10 druid. Why would I make you go there to do it? I mean, I suppose we could have been like, yay, everyone comes here, right? But let's remember what the creative director is telling us here too, right? This is a druid zone. So what Micro says is exactly how we do it. We start figuring out ways to put event stuff there to take advantage of it. I have you go to Moonglade for various quests, like some of the original Silithus quests. When you go deal with BT in Moonglade, Rabin Saturna, I route you through there. You talk to various people in the Cenarian Circle. It's just a matter of time, right? Like, yeah, maybe more bandwidth. I could have figured out something useful to do with it. It's my fault. It's my fault at the end of the day that shit wasn't there. You can blame me. I'm okay with that. I'm not talking about you specifically, Marley, rather. Sorry. Well, no one will remember any of these names 100 years from now anyway. As long as it's become a remix in someone else's vernacular, as long as it's become a remix in someone else's work, mission accomplished. Ooh. That is spicy. That's the story of Moonglade. So we managed to get some stuff in there for the Lunar Festival. That makes it feel pretty good, right? But you've got all these barrels. Like, all the places are kind of covered. Right? Yeah. It's okay if it's not, Arcturus. It's okay if it's not. In fact, it's irrelevant if it is. Well, I don't want to say completely irrelevant. I mean, I'm not hyper altruistic. Yeah, kind of, Zomer, but in this particular case, right? Yeah, because they're all surrounding Cenarion, right? Each of the classes get them, and part of the majesty of World of Warcraft is you kind of find a slider point between what you think about your faction, what you think about the classes, what you think about the races. And you align yourself accordingly, right? But at the end of the day, imagine World of Warcraft if there wasn't Alliance and Horde. I may have said something stupid early on. It's like, why do you have two sides like that? Everyone, and again, this is me rolling in off of EverQuest. Works out. Horde and Alliance, right? For the Horde. For the Horde. Where would that be if we didn't have that? Boss list: Abomination, Death Knight, Crypt Fiend, Necro, number 5, number 6. Other things of note: Summoning Circle, Portal Room, Power Room, Gargoyles in the Halls. Again, remember, right? Like, Stratholme was supposed to be the continuation into... the Stratholme raid is Naxxramas, right? You do Stratholme, much like Molten Core, right? The entrance to Molten Core is in deep in a dungeon. The way to Naxxramas is through Stratholme. That got changed, obviously, right? Doodads, Swinging Axe, Vat of Crud. Oscat, that's probably... Oscat's like, whose stupid idea was it to make Horde fight through all the high-level stealthers? Whose stupid idea was that indeed? I don't know. It's rough, right? Horde have a rough time of it. Like, again, right? Like, this world gets made, and then we start realizing that the world we made and the conveniences that we want to add for players to be able to get around and get access to more zones. Like, how many Alliance players do Stonetown content? Not many. It's all about convenience, right? Players will go to the content that you make for them if you provide a convenient means of accessing it. Some of those zones is not convenient at all. So it's probably whose ever stupid idea that was. I'm being a little cheeky. Probably came along and saw a scenario. Well, fuck. Well, I guess we'll put the base here, because where else are we gonna put it? We can't really put it over here. It starts becoming compromises, right? It's like, what do we do? Drifty, if you had to guess, what do you think the next class for retail WoW might end up being? Are they going to add a new class? They added monks already, right? I have no idea. I'm so out of the loop. What's missing? You know what? You know what the new class is going to be? Here's my guess as to what the class will provide. Whatever weird holes there might be that this homogenization of the classes overall in modern WoW has undertaken, whatever gap there is, that role is going to fill it. Because then it will be perfect, right? Now it will be, here are all these classes that share so many different things, but they have some little skewer of individuality. I mean, I'm hard-pressed to see what is necessarily needed in modern WoW class-wise. Yeah, Necroman. Well, no, they have Warlocks, right? Isn't that Necro-ish enough? Are they going to pull that from WoW 3, though? Where you combine engineering? Here's a weird class. What if the Tinker gave you engineering for free? You could be 2 other classes, but all Tinkers are also engineers. One of the class advantages is that you get engineering for free. You have to level it up normally, right? But you get it for free. Tinker would be interesting, but they would never do anything like that. I mean, imagine the fucking uproar, right? Like, this class gets 3 professions. That's unfair in PvP. That's unfair in insert whatever's fucking unfair here. Maybe Blood Mage. Too close to the name. It's not a distraction by any stretch, by the way, Drifty. I think it's good times. Christmas, good to see you. All of these are probably good. What Micro mentioned about the Tinker class, right? What Micro mentioned about Tinkers? I guess we'll see here in a few days, right? Have they mentioned that they're going to release a new class? Has that been leaked or has that been shared to the public? I'm burping that. Here, let's finish this off. That little sip. Wow. You leaked hardcore servers 2 years ago? What do you mean? Cherry did. Oh, they have hardcore settings now for modern WoW, right? The thing you would like is for epic quest lines for casual players to get raid equivalent gear. Imagine that. I don't mean to shit on your sombrero, Oscat. I doubt that will ever fucking happen. I doubt that will ever happen. Oh, you're just You got me, Cherry. Because I was like, they leaked what? I heard that they have the ability to do hardcore in modern WoW. I don't know. All the raiders would be up in arms, right? And to a certain extent, what I've always wanted is I think there could be a set of armors you get, a set of equipment you get through questing. It doesn't even have to be on the same par, but it should be a sense of accomplishment that I never want to get involved in a raid. But I mean, what do you get at the end of the main storyline? Oh, that's right. Everyone has to go through the main storyline, so they can't anchor it on that. But imagine the path of least resistance, right? If one human being is able to do something on their own, and it's equal to the work that you have to do in a raid, a raid finder weapon. Drifty, a lot of people have mentioned that Legion is probably one of the best expansions to have come out in a while. What are we doing for our second bit here this evening, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see where we are time-wise. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Not everyone has time to raid. Absolutely. Friends, we're going with this Texas burb. We're going with this. We're going with A. Here. Nice choice on the C. That single malt was pretty sweet. Black Label bourbon, baby. Oh, see, they have little stickers. They have little stickers that you can put on your booze. I'll show you here in just a second. It's a very interactive alcohol set here, right? Rise for mixing. I'm not super crazy about Rise solo. But there's some good Rise solo, right? There's some good Rise. There's some good Rise stuff. Rise for Manhattans, baby. In fact, all bourbon is good for Manhattans. Let's not kid ourselves. Gotta find the good sweet vermouth, right? If you're gonna fuck up your bourbon, you better put some good shit in there with your existing good shit. It's a lot. The Lion's Maw. It's a lot more peppery. Like, I'll say spicy. There's a heat to it, but it's kind of like a, you get the hints of rye bread, like even a little bit of pumpernickel sometimes. No peat, no real peat. Canadians make amazing rye whiskey, by the way. We're gonna do this sloppy. We're gonna have a little bit of the backwash in here. Yeah, this works. Peace unto you and yours, friends. Cheers. Chug it. Pinky's out, not toxic. Pinky's the fuck out. Oh, it's got that sweet caramel, sugary. Got a little heat. Sweet, not too sweet. It's got I'm not a super taster by any stretch, but it's got a mellower middle and a mellower finish. I feel like it's lower proof. Alamo Black Label Bourbon, ladies and gentlemen. It ain't bad. Here, let me show you something here real quick. By the way, this is my current screen right now. I still care about League of Legends. More than 40 characters there. My guy. A lot of these. When I say my, it's always a team of people too, ladies and gentlemen. I still care. We fancy up in this bitch, Doc Runk. I need a YouTube channel. Yes, quite good. Quite good. Oh, and it just cycles out. Now it's a picture of a giant Big Mac. Do you know where my head's at, ladies and gentlemen? Look at that. Tell me you don't want to fucking put your face... Tell me you wouldn't motorboat the fuck out of that. Get in that Big Mac. A big one, too. I can just imagine it this big. Just rub it on your face like war paint. God damn it. Yeah, me too. I want a fucking Big Mac now. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. You get to see Old Man Gnu shoot the shit with you here a little more, huh? We have a cocktail in us. We're not even buzzing, but you know we're loosed up. We've loosened up a little bit. We've got a ways to go, friends. I give you 3 to 4 hours of the super share, and we're only like an hour and change in. So Strathholm raid section, huh? We're moving on from here. Shawnee P, thank you so much for the follow, friend. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Shawnee P, look what we're about to talk about. Do you want to know why Silithus wasn't done? Because we break this shit up 11/5/04. When did this game ship? 11/24/04. There you go, baby. Sometimes it's just better to lay it all out. Swirling hive not being picked up on discovery map. Larger crystals on northwest side of zone. That's how we're breaking them out these quests. Drifty, I was crunching the moment I got there. I was crunching the moment I got there, and I had just gotten done crunching for 2 years. A year and a half doing 10 to 2s, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. If you want to know why we were crunching, why don't you go ask Rob Pardo why we spent so much time crunching? That would be, I don't know if Rob Pardo streams. But if you ever meet that human being, why don't you ask him? I mean, I'm not even talking to someone specific. What I'm saying is that I've always considered it to be a failure of management. Go ask Mark Kern, go ask Rob Pardo. They were the leaders on that project. About crunching, about the need, about choices that we had to make in our own real world. If you want to get into video game development, don't have families. Don't want to also make a family. Maybe it's different now. You saw this. No, Doc Runk. Some, a little bit, but not for all of it. The producers did give us extra time. Like, hey, take an extra week of vacation-ish time. That's how they get you, Doc Runk. That's how, and I'm saying they, not talking specific about Blizzard, but how you get. If you fucked up your schedule and you need people to work extra hours, be sure that you're pulling on their heartstrings. Hey, Sean, do you want to work extra hours to help make World of Warcraft the success? What scenario do I say no? Right? What scenario do I say no when I see other people stepping up too, right? What's up, Subjugation? In the words of a very infamous human being, it is what it is. Oh, what brings a smile to my face? Drifty, I saved 5 to 10 years of my life expectancy by retiring from the video game business. Working in video games is one of the most draining experiences I think you can ever go through, mentally and physically. I do not regret my time in the business, but it certainly set in motion how I would be spending my elder years and in what company I would be spending my elder years, right? They fed us super well, though. Jesus Christ. They fed us amazingly well. Lunch brought in. Ditters brought in. Yeah, you want to keep people there working extra hours? Feed them. Hard not to with that with the steak strips you had going on there, Micro Grizzly. Can I share this with you? World event. Santa. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The beginning of the event team. The beginning of the event team. I wanted the Horde Santa to be an ogre, but it didn't work out because we couldn't put a Santa suit on an ogre, so we made him an elf. No, I don't know who he is canonically. He's probably one of the primals, elders, whatever, one of the old ones actually. Gift wrap some items. Goblin Hickory Farms. Do you see the vanity in there? Grax Beef Stick. One of my nicknames in high school may have been Captain Beefstick, by the way. I shit you negative. Captain Beefstick. This is amazing. Oh, we get to see. Well, here are the people on the team. Sean, Scott, Spawner. I don't know who Spawner is. Eric. And I know Nagel gets on this as well. Me, Eric Dodds, Pat Nagel, Scott Mercer helping us out. I hope I'm not leaving anyone out. What did you do to make yourself feel better? Did you just have to go adjust yourself? There is a Santa outfit, by the way. A little evening constitutional, if you will. We'll leave it at that, Micro. We'll leave it at that, brother. Santa Quest. Everybody gets sent a gift. Spawn decorations. Xmas gift wrapping paper. Goblin Hickory Farms. Cooking recipes with seasonal resources. Snowman gossip. I did the Santa Quest. That was our first one, right? That was the Abominable Grinch. That was Feast of Winter's Veil, right? I really loved doing the events. It's super challenging as a human being to catch what you think is the job of your life, to meet an ultimate life goal, and then be presented with an opportunity that would take you away from all of that. Would you have stayed on the World of Warcraft team? My relationship with Pardo was not getting any better. You'll see later on. You'll see. You'll see how things start to go. Working with Metzen was a treat and a privilege every single time I did it. I loved working with Jeff, right? But unfortunately, the two most important relationships you have are to your boss and to your boss's boss. If you have any inclination of wanting to advance within a subjective company environment. Had 50% of it nailed. Yeah, how do you address that? How do you address that need, right? It's like, fuck, I have my dream job. Oh. Creative development manager for all of Blizzard. Would have been a different path for me. Would have been a much different path for me. Pretty good chance I might have still ended up at Riot, though. Too many people from my past that I had connected with outside of Blizzard for me not to go down that path. But I might have been in a much different position, right? Maybe I would have left for that earlier. I don't know. Yeah. I love what I do, right? Like, and there are people when you work with human beings who have ulterior motives, as all people will tend to do, but those ulterior motives become the primary driver of what they do, how do you succeed? How do you accomplish things that in your heart of hearts you want to accomplish, right? Sometimes dreams become nightmares. It's not companies, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the day, it's people. You hate Electronic Arts? Let's identify some of the people who made that culture that way. Let's start at the top. But what do I know? Welcome to Baba's Share Show. Not a shit show, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to have a little sip to clean the when millions become billions. Thank you, Micro Grizzly. And this is what this is. We're talking about, these are the notes of a guy working on $1 million game. This goes to 6/8/2005. Doyle, I appreciate it, but Abbers is quite all right. Abbers is quite all right. QT Bambi. Doyle, sometimes I think QT Bambi is the least of my worries in life. Abbers keeps me in check. Abbers will call me on my bullshit. What I would do is I would go through a zone, ladies and gentlemen, like Silithus, and I would play it. I would run around in it. I would look around, and I call it research, right? Raoul Duke. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Oh, I can't. No. Hang on. I got this. Open for business. I have taken exceptionally good care of this book. Exceptionally good care of this book. Yeah, Doyle got Marathon. At some point, I told, hey, Micro, at some point, like maybe me, you, and him go back in there to like basically finish up his quest shit. I just told him, yeah, whatever. Advanced Reader Copy. If you have not gotten this book, ladies and gentlemen, read this book. The first question I asked John was, where am I in this book? The quest designers kind of come toward the end, right? But look at this. Here's what John did. As one of the world builders, right? About the author. Notice how I'm holding the book. I'm trying not to crease it because this is the only this is the copy of the book I got. I read good chunks. But if there's ever going to be a collector's item, this is one of it. If you're into world building, if you're into the process of understanding how a world builder, a person who actually makes the geometry in the world that you roll around in, does their job, buy his book. You can get it on Amazon. So to answer your question, Raoul Duke, yes, absolutely. Not cover to cover. Chunks. But I've got this as well. My advanced reader copy. I like sharing shit. Basically, what's behind me, ladies and gentlemen, is 25 years of video game development. It's more than that too. It's got games friends have made. Watch your step. Doyle, could you just give me a little peck on the cheek right here? I, of course, am talking about the great Gary Busey. Video games. John Statz is an accurate human being. That's what I will say, Raoul Duke. John Statz is a very accurate human being. He got permission, ultimately, from Blizzard to release that. I have not read Richard Bartley's Designing Virtual Worlds. I would say, yeah, I'm going to go read that, but I don't know when I'm going to be designing another virtual world. Maybe I'll read it for fun. I didn't know that, Doyle. That's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. That's Gary Busey right there. The page with his Blizzard badge doesn't exist in the released copy? They didn't. Oh, that makes me sad, Doyle. You toy with my emotions so much. I had a Blizzard badge like that. People ask me what the magic about World of Warcraft is, right? And again, right, it's not the company, it's the people. I was called crazy the other day. If I'm going to be crazy, let me be Gary Busey crazy, right? If I really am a crazy human being, let me be Gary Busey crazy. Like the limit, like Gary Busey and DC Cab kind of crazy, right? Cheers, friends. No, I long ago turned that in. That would have been something great to keep. Let's see. Actually, here. Do you want me to go check to see what Blizzard other shit I got? We'll take a little break here. Hang on. Oh, let me share this with you. Here's a badge I have. It's not for, but I was there on listing day, December 6, 2011. When Zynga went public and the great scam that is Zynga got exposed to the world. I love play. I've got various, I call them totems. I see an item and it reminds me of a thing. Like one of the, I got my totem box here, a little old school BlizzCon lunchbox. Yeah, Shawnee P. I'm glad I'm privileged enough to be able to share that with you. You and I think very similar. My friend. Oh, these are just various.
Mein Leben!
Little party man, no idea. I hope whatever they're making is filled with love. Good times. They've got good people working on it. Specifically on their designers. I saw the 3 designers, Dustin Browder, Eric Dodds, and Derek Sakamoto. Great human fucking beings. Great human beings. Oh, look at this. Look what I found. Look at that. Little Enzo Giovanni, Pentex Board of Directors. Yeah. I thought I would have more Blizzardy shit would be in here, but I can't find it without completely diverting the stream. I've shown my business card. I've shown one of my old school Blizzard business cards on here before, but no, I didn't get to save my badge. That would have been smart to do, right? That would have been pretty smart. Anything else we can share in here off the top of my head before I get back into the great streaming? Before I get back into the stream fiesta? Oh, I got something to share. I'm going to be on a podcast tomorrow at some point. I just don't. I wish I knew what time it was. I wish I knew what the fuck was going on. Do you think they could convince me? I assume Dreamhaven. I'm always up for a conversation, right? But first off, I'm not sure they would want me, right? Like anyone, I mean, if you throw enough money and perks and privileges, someone's at least going to nibble for a year, right? Like I said, I would do design and creative direction again for a friend. I I have become accustomed to a certain way of life. Here, let me turn this off for a bit, right? You're going to get the softer side now. We're getting into the after hours vibe. Yeah, I mean, I'm never going to turn down someone on a conversation. No one has reached out to me, to my knowledge. I have no expectations that it would. Like, I got along just fine with Morheim, but maybe he remembered. I've been to his house once before, too, but I'm not buddies. Remember that I'm not part of the original Blizzard DNA. I'm a human being they brought on 9 months before they shipped to help them ship a game. Right? That's where my Blizzard story starts. So I didn't have the same DNA wiring that those folks did. Besides, I mean, Morheim got everyone he wanted, right? I don't need to be asked to do these things. I've got other claims to fame and other connections than just Blizzard Entertainment, right? I mean, not to be arrogant, but I've got a little history.
Mein Leben!
The Late Show. I guess I'm still part of Blizzard. Sure. I understand what you mean, not toxic. Do I have any insight into how Blizzard's attitude to making RTS games changed? Yeah, I do. I think it's how all of Blizzard changed. And that's called Project Titan. At the end of the day, they ended up taking the best of the best off of each and every team at Blizzard to try and make the Ubermensch game, right? To try and make the Superman of games. If you want to look up how that went, you can find out the information on the internet. But when you take people, it's funny, when you take the best of the best off teams, vision becomes adrift. Because guess who's also driving the vision at the end of the day, reinforcing the vision, are your high caliber people, right? People who naturally steer a ship. That's probably what happened, right? Then over the course of time, I can think of 500 million reasons, by the way, why Blizzard has lost a great deal of the autonomy. Oh, you got the good stuff, huh? Mistress Tarkov demands affection. What's up, Caligula? It's really good to see you. How many wrestling matches did I get into with Metzen over development? He had the best finishing moves. Not too many, actually, over the course of time, right? I tended to do the things he didn't want to do, or he felt was better suited in the hands of people who had greater expertise, right? Did you want Chris Metzen to bring the World of Warcraft trading card game to market, or did you want Sean Carnes to do it? At the end of the day, I think you wanted Sean Carnes to help bring that game to market, right? He had a move called the Kerr Pow. He would say this all the time. I got 2 words for you, Sean. Kerr Pow. It was Metzenisms. Metzenisms. All right, you want to get back to it? We got miles to go before I sleep. Oh, you're gonna get a lot more of this with lower light here. We've made a lot of progress. We're at least over halfway through this book. Silithus Research, right? 11/9/2004. Tortured Druid, tortured Sentinels. Kill Druid and Sentinels, release their spirits. 10% chance of dropping Crystal and Quest Giver. Anemone01.mdx. In Tower of Southwind Village. Hive Brain Presence. I anchor a quest on there. Save Shade of Ambermoon for themed quests involving Encourage. The Hive Networks Regal is going to be 54 to 56 Elite. One big open room at the end. Hive Ashy is 54 to 56 Elite. Large X Chamber. Hive Zora is going to be 54 to 56 Elites. Wasps, 55s are the normal. I think so, generic username, bro. Yeah. So I see this object, this sea anemone type thing, and I'm like, I'm going to anchor a quest off that. That's what I think. That's what I think that leads to. There are quest ideas here, right? It's not like I didn't do the work. Learning about Dire Maul now. Here we go, baby. Oh, the music helps so much. 11504 is when Jeff took us on a tour of Dire Maul. It's the Ogre Capital. Highborn section west left, 50 to 53. Satyr overgrown section, 46 to 50. Ogre sections, 53 to 56. Front door public is 46-47. All of those got leveled up, didn't they? Kill Ogre Boss to gain faction. Vendors special quests. And there it is. There's the origination of the idea of the Ogre Suit. Ogre Suit's probably one of the last things I did for dungeon work, right? Ogre section. Bugs are potentially skippable. Straightforward King Gordok. Overgrown area of DM. Plants up top. Corridors with stealth satyrs. Platforms that house keys that ultimately open all doors. Satyr section is the first section. Platform needs a quest boss mob. Blood Elf? Question mark. Lower plant area is the conservatory. Zevran Thornhoof. Torturing players as boss fight. Hydro spawn, water elemental, old ironbark. Highborn section. Crystal light beacon, power down crystals before taking on wing boss. After boss, opened quest area, laboratory library. Connected to Ogre Wing, empties into front door. Yeah, the old notes. 11-15-04. How about 9 days before we launch? 9 days before we launch. I'm also pretty sure, by the way, in answer to what I work in the business again, things I've said on this stream will probably exclude me from ever working in the video game business again. And I am quite fucking all right with that, by the way. Like I said, for a friend, because it would matter. Working for a corporation or working for some self-serving fuckhole? Nah, I'm good. Too big to fail, baby. Here comes my inspection. I want to check something out. I'm scanning ahead here real quick. Yeah, I don't know if we're... Maybe the next stream we get to this. We'll see. We'll see. Notes start getting a little more personal as we progress here too, by the way. Like a lot of these are technical notes. A lot of these are... They're my development notes, right? And I'm sharing them the way I know how, at least initially. Will this be made into a book? I don't know. I don't think I call anyone a fucker here, so I think I can just share this. I'm glad, Arcturus. That's what I ended up doing, right? I would always be Later on in my career, I'm the culture fit interviewer. Are you a designer or are you just a specialist at a thing? Let's find out. The easiest questions are the ones that they would always trip up on. All the mathletes. Front door, public area, 11/16/04. 8 days before launch. The 24th is the launch date, I think, right? Ogre Mage Enforcer, the Hyenas are non-elite packs. Area before Arena is Eldrith Row. Side ledges lead to dead ends. Vases at the end of the right side. Gordok Mauler. Main area is Eldrith Alas. PvP arena. The mall, hyenas and passages under the arena, leads to top of Eldrith Alas. Statues of high elves. East, Satyr Overgrown. West is Undead Highborn. Fucking West is just the ass beat. North, Ogres, 53-56. Yeah, everything got upped. Kill hyenas to summon boss hyena. Under arena or running around courtyard. Oh, Abbers, it's my pleasure. Yeah, I mean, you guys earned this, right? We've got the new one up and running, by the way. I really increased the price on you now. We're 4% of the way there, and we love it. 444,444 to go. Total on this one. We've got 17,857. We'll get there. Thank you. See, you get to do it. 2,000 at a pop. If you like what you see, we've got the price set up on number 5. I didn't up the price for number 4 very much, and it got done so fast. We are gonna put the hammer. We're upping the price on this one. This may be our new price from now on. We'll see how it goes, right? But if you want to know how to spare 2,000 share shinies during a show, come on by and give us a little sugar, and we'll do some more of these. Mets and email. IP-driven themes for holidays. These are things I need to do. Team email. More granular to-do list. Great Father Winter. 11/16/04 still. They're the Titans. Here's the answer to the question, what is Great Father Winter? He's one of the creators. He's a Titan. Bring blessings of change. Folklore of Kalimdor. Quest lore. Learn the legend of the seasons as the main quests. Tauren, Winter Solstice Festival. Revive older cultures now that they have a home. Dwarven Hit. Legend of Great Father Winter. Winter is his cloak. Humans. Rebuild Cathedral of Light on the first day. War Red. Storms in his wake. More on him was lost, but he's one of the Titans. He's one of the originals. The spice must flow. Eric Dodds is doing the Giving Festival. Complete quest. Torn Trainer in Ogrebar for Shaman. Great Father Winter. Dwarves celebrate the Titan. Torns celebrate the effect. So there's a difference in how each side celebrates it, right? Like the dwarves are all about Great Father Winter because they think he's a dwarf. He's just really a Titan. And the Tauren are about the season itself rather than the celebration of a person. Goblins in main cities. Venture Company Tree Farm. They later became Smokywood Pastures. In case you're curious, here you go. Let me answer this question here first. What are my thoughts on the state of retail WoW? Modern WoW is what I'm calling it now. Modern WoW. I'm here to answer questions. I don't mind answering a question that I've answered before. And if you piece them all together, maybe I give you completely different answers, but it kind of brews down to the same thing at the end of the day. Modern WoW is a game aimed at 4 different types of people, 4 groups of players. Story fanatics, in-game fanatics, i.e. mythics and raids, PvPers, and collectors. You might think that that's the full spectrum of MMORPG play, but not. It's a very narrow group of players in the full spectrum of MMORPGs. And so by that logic, I liken Modern WoW to a single-player RPG game that a lot of players play at the same time. It reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy XIV, but you know what? Modern WoW was a game not built to be Final Fantasy XIV. It was built to be like you kind of experienced in Classic, with a lot more discovery attached to it. But at the end of the day, like, the discovery fading into mastery isn't a bad thing. It's just the areas that you would master, the reasons why you would want it to be a world, kept getting clopped off over the course of time as inconvenient. A waste of your time. The leveling up process, right? Who wants to level in Modern WoW? I enjoy the destination as well as the journey, if that's all right. Oh, I shouldn't love the journey. I should just be worried about the destination, right? Why make me go through the fucking journey to begin with then, right? Why not just arrive me at the end? Thank you, Micro Grizzly. Actually, Micro kind of sums up my opinion on Modern WoW in one emote. And fortunately, I provide that for you, and that's a big eye roll. There are people who really enjoy it, and I'm not diminishing the values of their pillars. Right? They've got people doing the mythic content. They've got people doing the raids. They've got PvPers and arenas. It's about risk-reward, ladies and gentlemen. What are the risks in WoW? Modern WoW. What are the risks? You can get your name changed. You can move servers. Change your fucking race if you want to. Can you pay to change a faction? Choices don't have consequence anymore. That's Modern WoW. Choices don't. Look what happened when they tried to give you choices that made consequence, right? The not conventions, the whatever the fuck they're called, the 4 factions, covenants. Yeah, look what happened when they tried to make covenants make you have permanent choices. No one stood for that shit. No one stood for that shit. Yeah, Shawnee P, here's the thing at the end of the day. Don't look to me as some sort of fucking human being to give you valid. I mean, I'm not saying you are, but I'm not. It's not up to me whether you enjoy a thing. If you're enjoying WoW, that's amazing. That's exactly. It's your time. Your time is the most precious commodity that you have in an MMORPG. And if you feel that your time is being well spent, then that's the win condition, right? I just look at it from my perspective, right? I was punished for doing side quests in Bastion. Repeatedly. By the time I was ready to leave Bastion, I was ready to leave WoW. Period. Good night, sexy batch. Yeah, punished. My time was ultimately wasted. There was one particular side quest hub that was pretty good, but all the other quests were, if I didn't know any better, done by the more junior designers who are making mistakes out of the gate. Like someone had spawned up a particular area. Hey, yo, dog, I heard you like phasing. So let's. What's up, Dokken? What's up, Dokken chat? How are you? How was your stream? The spawning was a clusterfuck on a whole series of quests that you would just get insta-gibbed. Now, admittedly, right, this is just me sitting here going 1, 5, 1, 4, 1, 5. There you go, 47.5. Good job. Here's the advice I got when I was doing Modern WoW. Get to the end of the storyline as quickly as possible. Don't do side quests. Do you not know who I am? Dokken, I think, summed it up there in 5, right there. 5 turgid pickles. I'm so glad you all are here, Dokken TV. I hope you guys had a good stream. With Dokken at the helm, hard not to. And 47.5, brother. You're going to pass me. You're going to pass me again. I know, dude. I know exactly. We got your crew from here. Everyone, let's give Dokken a little cheers here, right? Cheers, Dokken. How is he? Let's check. I'm streaming. Let's check real quick. Because this shit's out of date here. This shit here, right? The hardcore rules that we got here, we're out of date. So I guess that would be 55.6. Actually, you don't have to if you don't want to. All you got to read is the... at least when we tried to design the quest, Shawnee P, all you got to do is just sort of read the objectives. Kill 5 gophers. Bring me 5 gopher teeths. Teeth? Fangs. Gopher fangs would be. Hang on. I'll show you the characters here. We're not done. We're not done with our stuff by any stretch. Oh, if I have a dozen of those naked lady tees. The 8% kid, we'll just peek in on him to see how he's doing here, right? 55. Oh, look at that. Oh, we're going to be playing the Techno Viking on Thursday, level 13. Look at that Techno Viking right there. Bone dude and plate dude. Dokken stream for 12 hours? Jesus. How do you even... Well, 9 and change is the most we've done so far. I guess we'll inch up toward 12. Phrasing. Oh, love is in the air. Oh, that's right. We camped out here, right? Because... 55.643, right? That's where... 55 and 2/3. We're going to get 56 on Tuesday, if not sooner. God, Swoshu, no. Maybe one day I will. I have to watch out for Doyle Ladim each and every time I play. You win. You're going to win. You're so going to win. You're so going to win. Here. Let me share with you my played. 10 days, 8 hours, 3 minutes, 19 seconds. Played this level, 6 hours, 18 minutes. Here's my trick on a stream, right? No one If we're just shooting the shit, I like to go in this mode. If I'm doing the super share, you get the non-bullshit version of this. Josh Wynn, it's good to see you. I'm 4. That's right. I'm 4 3/4. That's right. 55. Oh, getting close. Again, journey and destination, right? Oh, 60. I need to put some tracks down this week. I need to step it up. I should. Oh, see, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, I have a big thing I'm doing. I am hanging out with a couple friends of mine on their podcast, and we're just going to shoot the shit about I don't know what we're going to talk about, but they invited me to share their space with them, so I'm going to go over there, try and crack them up, just try and be a human being for a bit. We'll see how it goes. No. It's called We're Here All Week. Here, let me find the link, actually. Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, actually, you can't see me anyway, right? You can't see it anyway. Yeah, that's fine still. This is the podcast I'm going to be on. Here all week. James Ernest, Kelly Wright. In the It's a Small World, I worked with Kelly's husband at Wizards of the Coast back in the day. And James Ernest is my friend of like 20, 25 years. Something like that. They've made 40 episodes on this thing. I've listened to the first few of their podcasts. I have no idea what we're going to talk about, but I'll try and hang with them. Here all week with Kelly and James. Refreshing weekly. This is what I'm going to be. I have no idea what time tomorrow. Oh, they do video, but I think it's just us shooting the shit. I don't know if they... I have no idea what... Oh, by the way, here you go. Let me also plug my buddy here, too, while we can. Craig Fragment Labs. James sold his business. He used to be Cheap Ass Games. He sold off the business, and he, like me, is in some sort of weird retirement phrase. So he's now got this crab fragment thing going on here. Is a natural and harmless byproduct of game designer James Ernest, who struggles against his better nature to create an implausible profusion of original tabletop games. Look at that. Look at that. Goofy son of a bitch right there. Look at the lecture hall. This is my buddy James. I'm going to go hang out with him. I'm going to go hang out with Kelly on their podcast tomorrow. So after that, I might go fuck around on Hardcore WoW. I'll probably be, I mean, like, Valheim is Valheim, but we're gonna focus on Hardcore World of Warcraft this week, I think, right? Oh, we're not even halfway through this mix. Anyway, there you go. That's what I'm doing tomorrow, but we'll also be leveling up the 8% kid. I'm already being punished. Whoa, Mist. I'm already being punished. Mistress Tarkov is a cruel mistress. I'm already being punished. Too many games. I mean, where's this year moratorium on all these games we were supposed to be doing, ladies and gentlemen? Why did that not get processed? Hey! Woo! Drumrod hit 60, baby. Woo! Good job, Germrot. Everyone, give it up. 60. Where are you celebrating, dude? You get 5 Diablo sandwiches for that, Germrot. I'm glad. I'm glad we helped you. I'm glad we pulled you through. Love to see it. We fucking love to see it.
Let me have a Diablo sandwich of Dr. Pepper. Make it fast. I'm in a goddamn hurry.
Well, I'm glad you like it, brother. I'm glad you liked it. Congratulations again on 60. That's a hell of an accomplishment. Rogue, no less, right? Though something sneaky tells me that leveling 2 rogues duo is kind of broken. Like being able to bounce back and forth, backstab aggro. So good. So good. So good. So good, as our friend Brody Man would say. All right, let's get back to it, right? You aren't here for the tits and glitz, right? You're here for the meat of the matter.
Don't get eliminated!
You dinged on the Eye of Burning Shadow right there. Oh, that's right, the meat of the matter. As I've said from time to time, we haven't had a good old-fashioned meat session in a while. All right. Pretty sure I haven't called anyone a fucker here, so I'll just share this straight up. Yeah, what are you going to do, Germrot? I have no idea what I'm going to do when 8% kid gets to 60. What are you going to do? Are you going to Disneyland? What are you doing? Ted, I think, is Ted Park. Reputation mock-up discussion. 11/18/04. I stole your thunder. I'm so sorry, subjugation. I should be flogged. Dr. Key. These aren't even the people's names, but they might as well be. GMTA. GMTA. Make at war. So this is feedback I think I'm getting on the rep system. Make at war clear. Tooltip to explain peace at war toggle. Gray bars. Not really needed. If at all, single border. Yeah, we're getting into the nitty gritty here. As many factions as possible on display list. Allies, enemies, parent, children of factions. Remember how I describe factions as either being a parent or a child? Horde is the parent. The Tauren are the children in relationship to that faction. I was awarded... Moon Boots voted me as having the best penmanship of all the quest designers. (11/18/04). Monster faction tooltips. Eventual flag to hide the display of faction on the creature level. This would make it absent from the tooltip. Hey, so guess what? Guess what? Between... Ah! Look at the dates. Look what happened between here and here. You know what happened between here and here? Guess what happened? We launched World of Warcraft. How about that? From one perspective, I'm kind of shocked that I didn't see any notes about the ship of the game, about that particular situation. But remember, I'm trying to keep this as non-personal as possible. This is part scratchpad, part design notebook. I think the first real personal entry I get going here is the day what someone here in chat said, when dreams become nightmares. 2805. We'll get there eventually. Ashenvale quest idea, by the way. Something found at the bottom of the Fallen Sky Lake. Shade thicket elementals surround the lake. I have no idea, Swoshu. No idea. That's a great question, though, right? That's a great question. I'm sure those numbers exist out there somewhere. I'm sure there's somewhere on the interweb that piece of information registers. Woo! I don't know if we're going to get to C tonight. Ooh. A few of them. It's 9:12, ladies and gentlemen. We've been at this for a few hours. The super share. The super shares take a lot out of me. But we're rocking and rolling. We're in good shape. Xmas events, right? Spell, monster turns player into a snowman. So that's where that comes from. Item, turn into a snowman. More and more keeps getting added along the way. Hey, when you complete the Santa quest, I want to send you the snowman pet. A 15, and I had to stagger this out too, right? Because not everyone is going to be the same level doing these quests. But I put the hard cap at 35, right? The problem I had with that, though, the problem I did was that I made 60s farm level 35 content or try to get into the group, right? It was a huge fucking choke point that was unnecessary on that first quest with the abominable Grinch, right? Good luck finding that day, the first week of Winter's Veil on your server, right? I at least had him yell when he came in. I should have did what I did in Anderhall. When you killed him, it leaves a thing up for a while so that if you're not part of the quest, you can go grab it. Micro Grizzly, I toy with your emotions. Soon. Why? Maybe if we run into a game that we have trouble with, we could always do the watch party. Yeah, subjugation, and those are hard lessons to learn too, right? You go through the process of making a quest and you just don't apply. How is this going to be received on day one when there's a million people trying to get it? Guess what I learned and guess what I applied on the second quest, Mets and the Reindeer, right? 2 locations to go to, pretty self-explanatory. But at this point, I'm requiring you to be 45 to do it. $35 quest, find Frost Giant, kill him, recover crap. So elegant in my choice of words. He turns players into snowmen. There's the foundation of the Grinch right there. But he turns out to be a Yeti, not an ice giant. Reputation confab with Jeff, 12204. UI discussion. Add more yellow, glow to selection of faction. Separation of backgrounds between faction selection and faction detail. Parchment. Make bars look less like bars. Help deprogram the player from bars filling up. Unfortunately, that's what the reputation system is. It's just another system of XP. So ways to sort of elusify that, if you will. That's what I think he's looking for. Change color of the bottom font. Hey, we're post WoW now, right? So what we've done here, ladies and gentlemen, recover crap. Do you like that? Scientific? That's your design dollars at work, subjugation. So what we've done at this particular point in the book is that we've transitioned from a theoretical game to a game that's in a live service. Congratulations, Caligula. Yeah, we'll do the BlizzCon watch party. Our schedule, if it's the 19th and the 20th, when is the 19th and the 20th? Friday and Saturday. Oh, poor Final Fantasy 14. Are you going to get the high hard one again, Final Fantasy 14? I am so sorry. But I mean, it is BlizzCon 19th and the 20th, Friday and Saturday. I might hang out on other people's streams. I'm certainly going to do some on my own. I know Christmas. I feel so bad. Maybe we'll try to squeeze it in there afterwards. It is free. That's the trick, right? I'm not giving them a fucking dime for BlizzCon. You know what Blizzard gets? Blizzard gets the design work that I did for them 15 years ago that they're getting Bobby's second yacht paid off on, right? That's what they get from me. The fact that they made it free, good. That's right. That's right. You finished the last final trial. Yeah, get ready. The last one was an hour, Caligula. Holy sheep shit. No, I think for this one they're making it free. If I have to buy a digital pass, we'll be playing Final Fantasy 14 because I'm not paying. Maybe this is arrogance, but I don't pay to go to BlizzCon. I don't pay to go to BlizzCon. If BlizzCon were a real thing and I was going there as a streamer, I would pay. I would go through that process. A virtual event where I get to see videos, yeah, I ain't giving them a fucking dime. Yeah, it's all pandemia related. At least that's the current working theory I got going, Subjugation. All right, excellent. Thank you, Caligula. Mod data edit. I will read these, but I'm going to skim. Yeah, probably the reason. I'm going to skim. A lot of these are dry notes, right? Like select model, select creature model flags, bounds radius. Walk is 2.5, run is 8.0. Combat reach is 2.5. Creature display info once model is made. Flesh type and blood override. Pattern after the quest log. Select faction and highlight with a color shifted. These are more rep notes. At war button grayed out. Lots of fucking meticulous feedback, which is good. About that UI for the rep system. Oh, I came up with the names for my mobs for Reason of the Season on 12.3.04. Furmond and Goalie Crumb. Furmond is the Tauren Sour curmudgeon. Goalie Crumb is the Dwarven curmudgeon. If they do a Diablo 2 remaster, I mean seriously, when you run out of the ability to make sequels on a thing, just remaster shit that you've done. Have we now entered the age of the remaster? Hey, we had a good game 5 years ago. Let's remaster it. How about some new shit? How about a new fucking IP? I guess they have Overwatch. That's their new IP, right? Wow, is that right, Krieger? Good to see you. Akella, good to see you. I know so little about Overwatch. I've never played Overwatch, by the way. Not because I made it a point not to. I just never got around to doing it, right? Like, I mean, seriously, after League of Legends, I'm pretty much done with any game even close to related to that. For a while, anyway. It's okay. You want to hear about the Dire Maul story meeting we had on 12/10/04? I'm sorry I don't have any real big notes that I shared in here about the launch. I have a picture of launch. Once again, I'm going to go digging around for pictures and whatnot.
This stuff will make you a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus.
Just like me. Just like me. Hey, I've got an idea for a new I've got a Baba Pog coming up that Kitsky pointed out might be a good candidate, right? You ready to see the potential Baba Pog of the future? Once we get partnered up? How about that? Though, so tiny. I mean, that's the big one, right? Is that Pog worthy? Oh, see, that's the compliment I was fishing for, Caligula. Yeah, we'll do that. That's a little something something there for you. Oh, you get to see behind my skirt here. Hang on. You could watch my rotating backgrounds here for a while I look for something here real quick. Twitch. WoW Classic. WoW Classic shares. Of course, none of the pictures I really want. Why do I even have this folder? How about a nice greasy pork sandwich served on a dirty ashtray? Industry picks. Blizzard, here we go. This is us. Here's your vanilla launch team right here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I am way more committed to the game industry. Look at me, 250, 260. Enjoying some of them free meals that they gave us. No one gets cut off here. The closest one is Jeff Goodman right here. Me, Alex, Jeff, John Yu, Moon Boots, Bacchus, John Cash, Carlo, Jeff Goodman, Pat Nagel, Andy Kierton, Matt Morris, Matt, look how I remember these names. Sanders, that is Carlos Aguilera? I'm sorry. It gets fuzzier over the way we go over here. Shane DeBeery. I'm just going to point out people I know rather than Dr. No, the indomitable David Ray. Love that guy. Let's see if we can see some of the designers. A couple of the designers. Where's Eric? There's Derek Sakamoto, I believe. Right there. Matt Malizia. Matt Malizia is a human being. This guy right here, right? This is a guy I worked with at Artifact Entertainment. This is... No. That's not Derek Sakamoto. That's Derek Sakamoto. I'm sorry. Gloria Soto, who was my producer in creative development. Mark Kern. Scott Mercer. Amazing Scott Mercer. Rob Barris. Not a lot of ladies on the team. Game development is a big sausage fest. At least it used to be. I'm so glad that there's more diversity going on. Some of the folks that splintered off to do WildStar are on this team. There's John Stats right there. Yes, that's Champagne. Yeah, Mark Kern is right there. Jeremy Altavilla, is that his name? Oh, Bill Petrus down there. There's Ogre. Right there. There are others. I apologize that I don't remember their names. That's us. Oh, there he is. Eric Dodds. There's Eric. There's Eric right there in his sunglasses. Yeah, this is us. This is your team. This is who shipped WoW. Yeah, Jordy, it's not cool. It's not cool. I will say this on the Quest team, Moon Boots is on there. And really, I think it just makes so much difference. It makes so much difference to have reasonable diversity, right? I guess there's an argument to be made to do diversity for the sake of diversity. I've always been hiring the best people. But ladies have had a challenge getting into the business. First, all of these beta boys are just stupid when it comes to their hormones. But yeah, this is us. There are more people in the support side, right? But not a lot on the team. I don't see... There's Gloria. I'm sorry I don't remember her name. And then there's Moon Boots. I know there were more, but... I'm so glad I kept this picture. I'm so fortunate that I kept this picture. By the way, we were all lit at this point. Those who drunk were drinking. There was not a... If you did not... We're sticky with champagne. The champagne's getting sprayed everywhere. Where is Kevin? See, some people are missing. Where is Kevin? Ah, there he is. There's our boy Kev right there. Right there, right? The first smartphone I had was toward the end of Wizards of the Coast, and that was provided by the company. Look at him. Unleashing paladins upon the world. Yeah, for those of you who are streaming, in case you're curious, your hero right there. Look at that. Uta Guta solo. As always, playing tight end. What? Good times. Thank you, Christmas. Thank you. Good times. Good crew. Good crew. Good crew. It is, Jordy. It's not great. So what do? I quit one sedentary job and I start another. I start streaming. All right, let's do the ride. Actually, you know what? If it's all right, we're going to hit this Alamo up. We're going to finish off the Alamo, this Black Label Bourbon. Germrot, when I became a manager, right? And when I started interviewing people, I had two things you look for, cool and competent. Jordy, I think I put on a COVID-10 or a COVID-19, not a COVID-19, but a COVID-10. Thank you, Alamo. Black Label Bourbon out of Texas. I'm keeping it. The good news is that I don't eat as much. I do active things around the house, and I've been starting to do, like, number one does her walking videos. And I do that with her on occasion. Yeah. Anyway, here's to the World of Warcraft development team. A privilege and a pleasure. We'll never forget them. Yeah, Caligula, I need to do less of the... If I'm going to do empty calories, I'm going to make them all count. That's why I go with the garden salsa. Sun chips. They're all empty calories, but... Well, let's get back to the super share, right? I mean, this is the reason for the season. Dire Mall story meeting 12/10/04, right? East, key to use shortcut. Also used for other wing doors. Boss of East, stole artifact from Druids of Ashenvale. Emerald Circle, base for Cenarian Circle. Druid artifact device at end of dungeon. Player discovers beforehand from a captured Night Elf. West, quests. Oh, and I later come back to Dire Maul to do a part of the Paladin Epic Mount quest, right? The Equine Spirits you got to get, I think, out of West. Connector between East and West is the Underground Library, 10,000 years old. Use it as a quest hub, the Highborn. North, Ogres, AoE bug pulls. Beat boss, become chief with Ogres. Kill/betray Ogres after that. Vendors, trainers, maybe even quests. Yeah, like, I grew up lower middle class. Oh, you're going to have to deal with the glare on the light here for a while because I have a pretty bright, white background going on here. Anyway, I mean, we don't need the ring light, right? We'll just rely on the kindness of my stream here, of my computer. There you go. All for you. Next page. I think we're good. No one of importance gets called a fucker here, so I think we can proceed. That's great to hear. A+++ would listen to you again. 121004, Alliance Horde themes. I think we're talking about Ashenvale here. Cenarian Circle. Dalaran's Study Group. Yeah, we're breaking out Ashenvale more, I think. Ashenvale. I break out Alliance, everybody, and Horde. Camp Mohahe. Concerned with Ogres. New clan is a threat. So this is like reinforcing what's going on. Actually, not with Ashenvale, but with Dire Maul. Trade gathering themes, potentially. Special hyena leather. Herbalism questing. I get you covered. I get your herbalism questing covered later. Highborn quest area. No info after War of the Ancients. They've been trapped in there since the War of the Ancients. I mean, you would think, I mean, you want to talk about being isolated in a pandemic. The Highborn Library, they're in there for 10,000 years. Oops. Oops. RFD. Oh, I'm sorry. RFD feedback. Belistrage should have aggro text when he is attacked. Space out spawns on waves. Players can't eat food anymore. Some feedback and the actual written parsing of the Razorfen Downs quest here, right? The actual coding of it. Ajara Devotees. Germrot. I'm pretty sure they had a ginormous stack of pornography, right? I mean, 10,000 years. I mean, come on. What are they doing in there? Yeah, I know. You deserve better, but you got this instead. I see names of people on here. I'm doing a quick scan to make sure I don't call anyone an asshole. No, but you get to see some deleted notes, right? I'll try not to, Caligula. Never trust an elf with a large stack of pornography and 10,000 years on their hands. That's something I think that we've all learned from World of Warcraft, right? Korea patch 2.5. This all gets deleted for whatever reason. Not feasible. No year of the chicken stuff for Korea and vendors. Alliance Horde items for New Year. Yeah, no time for that. We later get it taken care of, sort of like a lunar festival. But yeah, we had an idea that we were going to celebrate the New Year, right? I mean, pornography only gets you so far. Ladies and gentlemen, it only gets you so far. Argent Dawn. Let's talk about the Argent. From pornography to Argent Dawn, right? Use tokens as gateway for consumables. Neat items. Trinkets, rings, items versus undead. Resist enchantments. Temporary and permanent. Head for head or shoulders. Recipes. Lesser mana biscuit. No recipe there, unfortunately. Weapons. Spin in various means and flavored. Spin in various means AD flavored. Chromium Anderhall released to Quest Hub in Chromium Anderhall related to Quest Hub in Dire Maul. I don't think it's the Asian Dawn, Doyle. I appreciate that. Texas T-Boner, I've seen you talk about stuff in here earlier. It's always good to see you, brother. Would you like to know who our design leaders are? As of 1/13/05, because design meeting, our leaders, exclamation point. Tom, meaning Chilton. Game design. UI, game, etc. Jeff, world design. Dungeon flavor. Level designers incorporated into the fold. 1/13/05. Are you ready? 1/13/05. Here we go. Expansion ideas. Are you ready for expansion ideas? Jordy, I'm glad you like Chromie. I don't like the representation they have of Chromie being this little ditzy gnome girl. She's just supposed to be forgetful, but she's very erudite. Because she's a bronze dragon at the heart of it, right? She's part of the bronze dragon flight. But once, I created the character. That doesn't mean I own the character. That's Blizzard's, right? So some narrative designer gets to put all their fucking weak trope tee-hee shit all over it. That's fine. Thanks, narrative design. Was the designer's portion assignments for No. As it turns out, I'm the first designer that they pulled onto Burning Crusade. At least as far as the quest designers were concerned. She 100% could be forgetful and have a good sense of humor. She's just smart. She's a fucking dragon. She's smart as a whip. What do I know? No real plan for this year, by the way. No expansions in 2005. Talking about conceptualizations. Here it is. Race. Blood Elf for Horde. Look what it says for Alliance. The Pandarans were going to be purely Alliance. Chinese are very sensitive about the positive reputation of pandas. They weren't even going to be both sides. They were just going to be for alliance. Welcome to Bubba Share Show, where some mysteries about what the first race were going to be have been appropriately sorted out, right? I remembered that correctly. And we've talked about this before where I've said that it was... You think I'm going to get... T-Boner, you think I'll get in trouble for leaking 15-year-old information? That was supposed to be for Burning Crusade, yeah. Yeah, that was the idea, right? But then we just couldn't come to accords with the Chinese government. Funny how that works. I don't know, Swoshu. If they'd kept Pandarans in there, maybe they would have added Pandaria, right? Remember that they're just in the conceptualization phase. I will even repeat it from my notebook, right? No real plan for one this year, talking about conceptualizations. So they're totally in the blue sky phase, right? They're totally in there. Oh, Arcturus. Even back then, I mean, China is the holy grail of a market, right? There's 1 billion plus people. What, 1 billion 3? 1 billion 2? However many, at the time, 15 years ago, 1 billion plus people in China, right? Imagine all the success we're having in North America. Multiply that by 4. When millions become billions, ladies and gentlemen. When millions become billions. Why do the Blood Elves hate the Night Elves so much? Drive the element of a story. Maybe the Blood Elves attack Pandarans to get footholds close to the Night Elves. That sends the Pandarans to join the Alliance. There's Sean having an idea. Drenai. Expansion introduction as NPCs. We got to show something at E3 this year, though. When billions become greater than human rights, crunching. Actually, fuck. Crunching was there before billions. $113.05. Here we go. Actually, here, let me scan this real quick because now we're getting into some... Yeah, we're good. That word is punt. Not any other word with an unt in it. Hunt, no. It's punt.
With the death of Azeral, the continent became infested with the taint.
Bungee Bounce, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. All right. By the way, we're going to make the OOX beacon, make it multi-drop. You know what multi-drop means, right? Like if it drops for one, everyone gets a copy of it. Rather than having to... I still haven't got the Hinterlands one to drop. I don't know what to do. I don't want to waste any more time in Hinterlands. I want to get to adventuring. But I guess maybe we go back. I want the mechanical chicken too. Argent Dawn item ideas. Lesser mana biscuit. High end. Less than sold. Spirit trinket. Equip plus spirit. Use spirit buff 10 to 30 minutes. Equipped resist trinket. Plus X resist. Use. Consumes reagent. Oh, I had this idea for a trinket. I had this idea for a resist trinket, but it had a component, it had a reagent, and you would use the trinket Like, it would be like plus 30 fire resist. You use the trinket, it becomes a plus 30 frost resist trinket. Use it again, it becomes a shadow trinket, a shadow resist trinket. And you cycle through all those, right? You cycle through all those. Not toxic. This is an 18 plus stream, but that's just straight up. That's just straight denied. I haven't hit the denied button yet. Basically a chromatic trinket. Yeah, that was an idea I had of mine. Something bag space. Yeah, T-Boner. Bob at this point still doesn't give a fuck about your bag space. I'm just going to let that roll. You would like to know what he said? I didn't say the word. I said hunt. You guys. I keep losing my place, goddammit. We're making it through the book. We're going through this at a fair clip now. We're getting to the end. Look how far. Can you tell? Can you tell? We've gone through this. We're going through this. You should be flogged. My brother Noopsy has forgiven me, not toxic. Yeah, I wanted to go through the 5, and I basically, do you want to have like a real juicy resist trinket? Well, take this extra item that you need to fill up your bags. Would have been great if that item had been gold. It cost you 1 gold to change your trinket. The term is Tuesday people, Tuesday person. Today I learned. Quest design meaning, by the way. All right, guys, straighten your shit out. Because it's the 1/14/2005 quest design meeting. By the way, we also had the holidays off, too, so that's why there's kind of a gap here. 16, I was working 9 days up to Christmas, and then we get some time off and we're back to work, right? We're back to work. Quest design meaning. Gossip system used to explain lore. Underlying quality of a quest that adheres to the framework and limitations of the UI. Main focus of staple quest. Highlight rewards, make clear. Pinging players back and forth isn't a compelling thing. Blue item rewards for quests. Yes. Alex becomes the item point guy here. I think Kevin has a better story about how John Yu was treated as an item designer. We always must do our own quests before submitting to QA, by the way. Like, not testing your quests out that you make and just shipping it. I always tested my quests out. I couldn't ship anything without making sure it fucking worked on my end, right? That's notes that we got. Get closer to the item rewards when designing quests. So this is feedback where we need to start adopting more item design philosophy into our quest work. Again, what have I talked about, ladies and gentlemen? Quest designers were jacks of all trades. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, we had the most leeway, the most agency within WoW Edit to make changes without actually permanently impacting the world build. You got it, T-Boner. We're coming up to that. We're coming up sooner rather than later, right? We've been at this. We've been at this for 3 hours. There's a point I want to get to if I can help it, right? But I don't think we're going to get there. But a lot of this stuff I'm coming up on here looks super juicy. There's a page here that you can see very quickly with some red text. That's a pretty significant, not talked about time in World of Warcraft history that I'm going to be spending quite a bit of time pontificating to you about. And we're getting up to it, right? 2805. So meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, bear in mind that as I read you these notes, some things are coming. Some big things are coming to the team. Arcturus, by the end of it, I'm pretty sure I will never work in the video game business again. Did you know that goobers can cast spells? Oh, wait a minute. Hang on here. I haven't talked about what we're hunting. I had this idea for broken alliances. Put on same group. I have a note about Omar. Aryan and Crusaders of Apathy. Omar and QA compatibility. I guess I needed to reach out to him for some reason, right? I guess he's the Omar, yeah. The Omar. Move Quartermaster Miranda, play session 11405. I wanted her to be moved to a less crowded spot. Hala in Winter Spring needs gossip to cover multiple quests. So what happens is that when you interact with a person and they just have one quest, you immediately get the quest. Unless they have gossip text. If they have gossip text, then you see the list of quests, and if it's only one, there'll only be one. Pat. Oh, no. I'm running ahead. What is the percentage chance for Seal of Command? Look at me. Look at me writing down questions about my Redditon. Maybe increase Vengeance to 2 seconds from 8. Allow slow weapons 3 chances at extra damage. Look at that. I want to give... Oh, remind me to save these notes for Thursday. Remind me, because I have notes about the Paladin that I want to ask Kevin, because I don't remember if I asked Kevin these. I wanted to increase Vengeance to 10 seconds to allow a big weapon to get 3 hits off of a Vengeance. As a designer, I could not. I needed help doing that. Arcturus. Why would Seal of Command ever miss a target? Those are 3 Paladin questions, right? Why would Seal of Command ever miss its target? Alas, Enderhall quest. Give plus Alliance faction. Horde for Horde side. Duke Hydraxis quests aren't giving plus faction hits on quest completion. Arcturus is more likely a WoW edit limitation because we're having to edit the world through WoW edit, right? Listen to this interesting note. 11805. Eraj's quest changed to raid once Anderhall gets revamped. Did Anderhall ever get revamped? It did? When did it get revamped? And did I do that work? No one gets called a dick here, so here we go. Yeah. Oh, they removed the elite status, but let him keep his elite abilities. Woo! Yeah, fuck those guys. No one gets called an asshole here yet. I'm trying to figure out, we're coming close to the end of the super share, right? I might fuck around on the 8% kid a little bit on Unguro if that, well, I've got a couple drinks in me. Maybe I'll fire up the Hunter and we'll fuck around there, right? I have a couple drinks in me, but I've been sipping this all night. By the way, cheers. Oh, that's good. Did I link it up again here? Link it up, Doyle. Condition check. To also look in bank. Hello. Hang on here. We'll save our place.
Son of a bitch! He just turned his back on me, the way reality turned its back on Gary Busey.
How am I doing today, Gary Busey? You're doing great. Good. Then I'll keep it up.
Gary Busey, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Ooh. When no one in the world will ever tell you no, that's Gary Busey. How you doing today? How you doing today, Baba Ganoush? Good. Do you think I'm crazy, ladies and gentlemen? You've been watching me for anywhere between 1 to 310 streams. Do you think I'm nuttier than a fruitcake? Lots of nuts in fruitcake, by the way. Well, here's Baba 12005 talking about dire mall notes. No, I'm not crazy. I'm not doing a good enough job then, apparently. You heard me. You goddamn well heard me, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, this is called The Girl Who Stole the Stars. Originally by JFR and Juan Sapia. This is Johnny M in the mix. You probably have heard this a few times already. Oh, baklava, so good. Well missed. The sugar and the layer. I mean the thick syrup, the layered pastry, the Greek. Oh, so good. Nuttier and squirrel shit. I like that, Jordy. We're stealing that. Nah, I'm lucky you're here wanting to listen to it. Well, Caligula, thank you. Caligula, thank you. I'm lucky there are people who want to hear this. Direball notes. A, B. Dalaran info hunt versus Blood Elves. Undead info hunt versus Blood Elves. Make a choice for alternative rewards. All right. Call of Earth. More descriptions on locations for Kodo Rock needed. Oh, is this my feedback on the Call of Earth quest? While the stone is huge, it suddenly sprang on me. Oh yeah, this is me giving feedback about... I guess I'm trying to play a shaman. And I'm like, yo, I just don't remember that. The Uther server. On the Uther server, we heard news that LeBeau is sending blank letters with 100 gold COD, send it to not, GNOT. I think that might have been the QA person. Muffler for Meccano Strider. Tone down the sound of it for those who don't like it. Dire Maul, Blood Elves, Satyr Boss or Quest Giver, Warlock. 2705 is when I come back and I guess answer that question, right? Ladies and gentlemen, goobers can cast spells now. Wake the kids, phone the neighbors. 12105, goobers. Goobers can cast spells now. Lockouts mid-February. Ours is 3 days before the general lockout, quest-wise. Because we give ourselves 3 days of quest time to iterate, try each other's quests, give information. You didn't care? I'm glad you like it, Jordy. I mean, people ask me a lot, aren't you ever going to write a book? This is my book. Like, I might... I'm working on figuring out ways to collaborate with a particular human being. A buddy of mine from college who's a fantastic playwright, a fantastic author, a fantastic creator. To maybe help me write an autobiography, but I don't want it to be an autobiography. Because I want basically someone to call me on my shit while I'm writing it. Autobiographies are masturbatory in many, many, many ways. Right? I want to tell my story and I want to tell it to you from my perception of truth, but I also want a fair arbiter to call me out on my bullshit. Because we all have bullshit at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We all do. It's different forms. I should make a coffee table book that's a coffee table. You're hired. You're hired. I would... Beaverhausen already has the Australian rights for merchandising, Doyle. You might have just locked up Michigan. Don't get old. Don't get old, ladies and gentlemen. Or if you get old, complain and bitch about it the entire time. Quest Design Meeting Roundup. Blackwing Lair doesn't need any real quest support for development. Perhaps item-based quests. Pat. Alterac Valley. Mage and Warrior. Susie. Onyxia Cloak. Hunter 12 and 20. Ashenvale Horde. Alex. Alterac Valley. Dire Maul. Smithing Quests. Bacchus. Warlock. Priest Paladin. Add Shaman stuff. Me. Dire Maul. Argent Dawn Shoulders. Reputation Repeatables. The action I have talked to Sam about Dire Maul faction flop. So the way we do it, right, is that we use the faction system in Dire Maul, I think. But we don't show it. It's a hidden faction. That once you do a quest, it flips you over. You get like a God knows how much rep. And now you're friendly to the ogres, right? Like, remember when you go friendly with the Bloodcell Buccaneers, you can see that they give you a quest. Can't go at Regis and Kathy Lee, thank you. And thank you for describing it as Regis and Kathy Lee, because I wouldn't have understood it otherwise. Who is it now? It's Seacrest outright. It's Kelly and Ryan. Kelly Ripa and Ryan. Seacrest. Action, which we did. Email Chadwick, Sanders, Guerrero, Kaplan. Get a little quest hub shaping done near graveyard. Give NPCs gossip, fill in the gaps. Any quest involving a dungeon should use the dungeon header. Class quests trump this rule. Action. WoW edit document fixes. Compile, polish, check for accuracy, send to Jeff Kaplan. Revisit Searing Gorge, Ajara, all breadcrumb content. Alex is on that. And send Pat 3 to 4 new quest features I want. Oh, Doyle, I have a great story. I have a great story about how I won over my first programmer. Let me see if this is where we stop, though, first. Give me just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Because we're planning on the 5th one. Some of the notes I take just kind of make me sad when we come up to February 8th. Dr. Dankenstein. Dr. Dankenstein, please report to room 420. How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Very happy to have you here. I went to see the monster you create, Doctor. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Very happy to have you here. I love the name. I love the name to death. One more page? You want me to share one more page with you and then we'll call it? Yeah, we'll do that. We've got this thing going on here. Patch 3, patch 4, right? Oh, God, I ripped a page. Ooh, that gives it flavor, though. That's all right. It's only a little tiny rip. No Hit Jerome. I don't know what batteries that human being uses, but they've got to be high-powered, hydrogen-fueled lithium madness. How can you not watch No Hit Jerome and not be in a good mood? It's called Uppers. That human being is a natural. It has a natural upper going on. I mean, you just can't. I can't watch that stream for 30 minutes, an hour, however long I've been watching it here lately. Sarion. No, that human being is just wired for entertainment. That human being is wired for entertainment. Sarion, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the show. So much energy. Always so happy. Always, I love it. No Hit Jerome is his name, all one word. Go check him out. But you probably already know him. Patch 3, last page. Yeah, it still is here. Happy birthday, Tigraine. Congratulations. Notice how I said 30 minutes to an hour. I take them in waves, right? But I think I do that a lot with my streaming. I spend a little time on one stream. I go to another stream. I go to another stream. Caligula, yeah. When you watch him, just fucking hang on. Hang on for dear life. That guy, I'm a big fan. He's doing a duo now too with Silver Sable. Right? There's another fantastic streamer. Again, like she got partner some time ago. Congratulations to her. I'm a stream slut. I am. I love the streaming. Beginning of March is the patch 3 lockdown, by the way. Slip something in. I'm going to slip it in. Disenchanting has some weird crossed out notes. But did I share this? Some people have like 2 or 3 up at once. Yeah, my people I watch list is just getting longer and longer and longer and longer. Great stream you're not watching right now, Samwise GG. I don't know if he's up and running. I just like pimping him out like that. Great music. Music similar to this, a little bit more trancey. He streams the way I stream, I think. It's always good to get a new perspective. I'm a big fan of Samwise GG. World Events Meeting. Ember Strife, by the way. Ember Strife. Fighting the dragon had major and consistent line of sight issues. Ember Strife. He does not. Doyle. He does not. A purple dye. It glowed. Doyle. I mean, he's the only person to have a rule named for him here on the stream, ladies and gentlemen. That's Doyle Moadib. I remember your old name, Doyle. We'll just call you Doyle Moadib, though. I remember various things. Doyle rules 1, 2, 3. Set header of seasonal. So this is where 126.05 is where we establish this. Actually, we'll stop midway through here because this will give us a chance. This is the last page I'm going to do. You get to see what's coming up on the next page. Actually, wait. No, I'm a liar. I'm a liar. We'll do through 126.05. 127.05 is where we're going to pick it up. And let me tell you something about episode number 5. It's going to be a doozy. I already know. I got to be careful. I don't want to reread this. I know what it says. I don't want to reread it. I want to be in the moment when I share it. But not to sort of like dangle shit over you like that. But number 5 is going to be a doozy. Use quest text to convey time constraints. Susie is transitions seem too abrupt. Kaplan, event transition into next event phase. 2 weeks for the events, right? Decorations, planning, polish, adjustments. Talk with Matt Malizia about being on the team. Respond to emergency art needs. So the event team is just initially designers, but we get programmers. Like people like Sam start hanging out. Malizia's on the art side of things. Snowballs. Okay, overall. Top community guys for thoughts on snowballs. I guess the hardback snowballs are the pain in the ass, right? Quests. The lore was the key. Rewards. Spell out ability to trade rewards in the text. The Grinch spawn. If it's not weapon, armor, or item that wins the game, move them though. I don't understand what that meant. Hats. Not one version, but the lore but 16. When you make a hat in World of Warcraft, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just making one hat and putting it on a model. Each of the models has to fit the head. Those are different. So you end up making 16 different hats. Right? In order to get you that snowman hat, in order to get that Santa hat, we had to make 16 different ones. Mitch Comstein, 1, 2, 3. An excellent name. I get the reference. I can't place the movie, but I get the reference. I know your name is Texas T-Bone King. I just, ever since you gave me the out of calling you T-Boner. Mitch that's right. That's right. Mitch Cumstein is Caddyshack. God, I'm old. No, that was my roommate, Mitch Cumstein. Great guy. I got it. I remembered it. That's when he's out there talking with, you were born to rub. No. Yeah, I was born to rub you. I was born to lick your face. I was born. I probably got it in wrong order. To rub you. But you were born to rub me first. That's a Chevy Chase song out of Caddyshack, by the way. Now, I was born to love you. I was born to lick your face. Was he talking to... No. He was telling the story about the guy who got caught playing night golf, night putting with the daughter of the dean. But it wasn't him. It was Mitch Cumstein. Yeah. Great guy. No spawning snowmounds. That seems rude. Frame rate issues by goblins. Utilize low frame rate areas. Okay. Patch 4, middle of May. Lockdown equals question mark. This is our last entry, 126.05. No, Doyle. That was Mitch Cumstein, my roommate. Great guy. See, it's all it's all pieced together now. Thanksgiving and Halloween resources available. It's stronger to add new season than to layer existing holiday content. Patch schedule. The future. ... Daniel Chin is a person on the team. He was going to be a resource for our Korean culture. This is where I think I start talking with Daniel Chin to learn about Children's Day. Children's Week is what we called it. Where kids get celebrated. And so when I did those Children's Week quests, that's where that comes from, right? The Korean localization team can take tone adjustments with content. Easter eggs spawn in the world. Korean Spring Festival. Korean Spring Festival is Children's Week. Strict Alliance Horde holidays. Met's an idea. Korea, Europe, U.S. holiday adaptation. Calendars doc. Theme of May is Memorial Days, right? It gets all speedy. I always tend to get speedy as Tyrannoran Gaming as the best holiday pet. I'll probably get speedy again. I may have done it already as Baba, right? Mr. Wiggles the pig they're all good, right? How about we call it a day here, friends, before we get to a taste of the future? How about that? Is that good enough for a super share? Is that good enough for a little super share? We did it for 3 hours and we've been going for a bit and we took some breaks, but we super shared for about 3 hours. I'm ready to answer some questions about what we talked about here, right? If you guys have questions, feel free to share. Where does one buy a copy of this notebook? T-Boner asks. Texas T-Bone King. You buy it at twitch.tv/Baba Share Show. That's where you buy it. This is it. This is the book. Will there be a book version of this maybe? Maybe. But first, I need to get this out. I need to get this out of my head. I need to share this. Now that I understand that people want this. Maybe there'll be more in the future, but this is where we start, right? How many of you knew that Pandarans were going to be the first race? Oh, T-Boner, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you for those 6 gifted subs that you've done. Thank you, Drifty. Jack Black should play me. Though I'm an actor myself, I would prefer to play me. I'll settle for Jack Black. The panda monk pet? Yeah. Yeah, right? I mean, it's just these things that we all kind of wonder about the lore of a game that we love all so much. Like I share with people, ladies and gentlemen, I've been present at some amazing shit. I've been a party to some amazing shit. And I have led some amazing shit. Right now we're part of a team. Let's not forget that this is my big break. This is me getting drafted by Jordan's Bulls, right? I enjoy how long did development take? What was the most frustrating situation during development? Not having enough time, Dr. Denkenstein. Not having enough time to finish all the things that we wanted to get done and wanted to put into it. Always getting pushed around, like this is now a priority, this is now a priority. Having solid people that you lean on to your left and right helped a lot. How long did development take? Development had been going on for years before I got there, but when I came onto the project in March of 2004, me and Afrasiabi got hired at the same time. As far as I can speak with some authority on the quest design stuff, right? We got added to do the work needed to ship this fucker out, right? I see what you did there, Doyle. But yeah, as it worked out, pandas come out later. You get to be both sides with pandas, which kind of goes against the philosophy that Kevin wanted, right? Like being able to identify who is on what team by the silhouette alone, and that's pretty important. Arcturos, and I will share this with you for the I mean, we're going to really get into it in the stream, right? It's pretty easy for me to assume that for the, I mean, like, let's take a look at this, right? Naina96, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. I'm in what's called a honeymoon phase, right? I'm living a dream job. I'm living my dream at this point. I'm designing for Blizzard Entertainment. World of Warcraft alone? Put World of Warcraft aside. World of Warcraft isn't a thing yet. I'm a designer at Blizzard Entertainment. Back then that meant, I mean, I'm sure it means a lot now, but back then it meant the world. Back then it meant I had arrived. And I have an ego, right? I have an ego. I have skin in this game. Other than being completely altruistic and wanting to share my vision and creativity with the world. It mattered. It mattered that I had achieved this goal. So whenever you get a new gig, there's this honeymoon phase where everything is great, nothing could go wrong. My honeymoon phase at a lot of gigs wears off over time. It ended hard that day. It's sort of like, you know how instead of this, right? It kind of does this. It was the realization that, hey, guess what? Guess what, Mr. Designer? You're a year into this project. You now know what the realities of this project are. And if you want to continue with your wife, my ex-wife now, but if you want to try and build that family you're so thinking about, you better act accordingly. The video game business wasn't stable back then, right? Many times after a project gets released, people get laid off. When I got hired at Blizzard, Steve Snow, my future producer at Riot, and my producer at the time for Artifact told me, "Congratulations, Sean, you're in a retirement home. You've made it to the retirement home." And I'm like, what do you mean by that? And at least for the first year I was there, it was, I started thinking about maybe having a kid. I appreciate not having one, at least in the sense that I have a philosophy that there's so many people in this world who already need love. There's so many people that could use a hand, so many souls, so many beings. Why add more? Why add more potential misery to the world? Solve some of it that's here. But regardless, right? Like, the reality of the business world starts coming in to focus. The reality that some people are on this project who are more interested in being known for themselves rather than for their work and for their team effort. That's what really starts to happen. You'll see. We'll share it. I've shared it early on in the mixer days when Moon Boots and I were streaming at one point. I read it to her. It directly involves her. She wrote a beautiful, beautiful article in Medium about her experience on the World of Warcraft team that makes it all highly salient. Arcturus, if I had secretly worked with Raf Koster, it wouldn't be a secret. I would have told you, because I would have worked with someone who invented all forms of dancing, the value of dancing in MMORPGs, right? As he's so eager to tell us. Raf Koster. I have nothing against that human being personally, but I have one rule on this stream. Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Pretty fucking simple. Don't be a dick. Applied on many fronts. Oh, you're a racist? You're a dick. Bye. Are you a hyper troll? Bye. We don't need you. Ball busting. Sorry, ladies. Ball busting. Breaking balls, if you will, is okay in a good-natured sense. But you know the difference, right? You can tell the difference. The human being who comes on someone's stream for the first time and makes an ass of themselves. Yeah. Ovary bustings, thank you. If Jordy's still here, I will look to her for expertise in what it's called. Well, Mist, I had at one of my later gigs, there was a guy that worked at the company. His name was Richard. After he pulled some super shady shit at the company, super shady shit. Basically, he got the CEO fired and became the president, the co-CEO of the company with a new person who is a really good person. The only good person that survived this executive level junta. I just kept calling him Dick. I stopped calling him Richard, and I would always call him Dick. I'm pretty sure that was the beginning of the end for my time at the company, by the way. I just would always call him Dick. Old Dick Cordera. Are you a cutie Bambi? Is it concerning to me that the gaming industry is mostly big conglomerates now? Are small studios still relevant? Tyrannoran Gaming, may I refer you to Valheim? A studio of 5 people. It's out there, but don't look for Valheim from EA. Don't look for Escape from Tarkov from Activision, Blizzard, right? Don't look to those games. Your indie space, right? Your indie space is where the real incubation goes. Yes, you're going to get quality people onto a project, and there are some good executives out there. There's some really good executives out there. But what are the games I keep coming back to? What's Subnautica? Who made Subnautica? Was that Epic Games that made Subnautica? Nope. Satisfactory? I will check it out. Hades? Good games come from a group of people, and the size of the people involved in the project are irrelevant. But when you get good synergy with people working toward a common goal, good traction, and some luck, big win. Big win. Great question, by the way. Arturo's pretty amazing, though, to have a honeymoon phase last almost a year, and it would have kept going, too. Like, I was starting to see, like, let truth be told, the shine was starting to come off. I had interactions with a couple people where it's like, wow, I hope I don't have to interact with you very much. Yay, I don't. Hooray, I'm a quest designer. That means Jeff Kaplan's my boss. Hooray! Did you ever think hardcore 0 to 60 would be a thing? Dr. Dankenstein asks. No. Nope. In a word, no. No thought of that. Like when I discovered it, I'm like, why would you do that? Let's go see these people doing it. Holy shit, that's why you do it. Sign me up. Coffeegate, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Yeah. Diablo 3, I'm sure part of the reason was that, but honestly, at the end of the day, Dave Brevik is probably a better person to answer that question with any degree of authority. I was nose to the grindstone on WoW, baby. And bear in mind that I am a party to this shit. I'm not just present. I'm a party to it, but I'm not leading this shit. And that's kind of leadership level stuff. Once I become, hopefully, Chris Metzen's betterly capable Major Domo executive than Major Domo executive was, I start to see how the sausage is made, right? I get to start learning about marketing, PR. Though I got a pretty good exposure to what PR was all about. Dave Brevik is a person with vision and passion, and for that, I will always respect him. I don't agree with all of his design decisions. Dude was part of the magic that made Diablo, so thank you for occupying hundreds of hours of my life. Somewhat, Arcturus, somewhat. If I have a criticism of Chris, it's probably around the idea, at least back then, I was probably brought on for more of the business aspects so that he wouldn't have to deal with it so much. Like, meaning, World of Warcraft trading card game. I knew the business players. I knew the ins and outs. I had made cards. I had worked on cards. It seems like a natural fit. He taught me I already knew some basics about management, but he really taught me, like sitting there and watching him and listening to him and talking with him. He taught me the right way to balance story and game. He taught me about what it means to have an epic moment. Introduced me to some folks, right? But that would be the only criticism I had. He hired me to handle some of the other business aspects. Ooh, good luck. Well, we got the World of Warcraft trading card game out, along with a few other things I'm really proud of. Dr. Denkenstein, you know what I really loved? You know when I really loved Diablo 3? On console with the removal of the auction house. Go figure that out, right? Woe Mist, Unknown Worlds Entertainment, the peeps who made Subnautica, their first game was a Half-Life mod. That's where the games are coming from. You know how I heard about Valheim? Valheim! Micro Grizzly and Witch Doctor Jobu. That's how I heard about Valheim. I didn't hear about it on a website. I didn't get $5 million marketing. Now, marketing is important, don't get me wrong, but 5 people in Sweden, ladies and gentlemen. There are 5 people in fucking Sweden. Yes, they partnered with other people. You want to check out I'm okay to drive. I'm good. I'm very good to drive, actually. That's probably good pacing. You want to check out the 8% kit a little bit? We won't get too crazy with them, but let's play a little bit while we shoot the shit. Maybe go out to Unguro and get a little soil farming in while I have time here with you, if that's cool. Yeah, we'll do the 8% kid here for an hour or so. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to be doing more of this character. I don't share everything with you. There's some personal things in my life. I mean, Anyone who shares anything with you, it's a little sus, right? Look at me using the terms you kids use, a little sus. But there's some things about my life that have been developing recently I haven't shared with you. So getting extra time in is going to be tough. But we're committing to Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. And if I can get some extra time in, I will. Face Punch Studio, a.k.a. Rust, started with Gary's mod, which is basically a Source Engine sandbox. Those are where the games are coming from, ladies and gentlemen. Everything in this world is a remix. Everything in this world is a remix. Arcturos, I actually have some hardcore level challenges with Among Us. Sharing a stream with other people is a very risky proposition. Now, if all of you are streaming it at the same time, then hooray! But you share your space with other people, right? Like when I was raiding, I shared my space basically with 39 other people. I would mute them and I would talk, right? But I'm in the middle of raiding, so it's not always clear. And I don't really have a lot of control over what goes down in that regard. Why am I here? What were we doing? Why are we in Ratchet? There was some shit that we were going to do here, right? I would love to do a game like that, but Among Us, it's been my experience in watching my good friend Brody Man here. Let's plug him, right? Maybe I need to find the right group of people to play with, but part of Among Us and what I've seen in various clips is whoever lies the loudest is successful. Right? Whoever lies the loudest. And there's just been too many times that I've seen him. You can't hide the frustration, right? And you're managing 8 people trying to communicate at once, right? Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to be dismissive of the idea. I would love to play that game. But that game emphasizes being a liar. I have no problem with doing that in a game context, right? I mean, like, I love poker, so let's keep the lying to gaming here, right? Yeah, to a certain extent, it very much is. Why are we here? Weren't we going someplace? Weren't we getting on the boat to go over? Oh, you know what we were going to do? Watch this. I guess I could hearth back. Yeah, there's like, oh, I need to overemphasize this point, right? And it can easily escalate. And you know what? I've got too many troubles trying to manage myself on a stream. Worrying about what some other human being is going to say to you in the heat of the moment.
What's up?
Oh, good. Yeah, hey, tell him I plugged him. In fact, we might raid him.
Hurry back!
We might raid him here in a bit. Though I think he's probably going to be... I don't know how much longer he's going to stream.
Yo!
Thank you for going to tell him hi. I worked with Brody Man in the business, by the way. Oh, were we going to go to Fellwood? Oh my god, look at this bullshit that we have to do. I suppose if we get the Ajara point, we would fly through Ajara? Oh, I didn't even get... Ooh, I didn't even get this up here. Mein Leben. I didn't get Moonglade.
Keep it real!
Let's make this real fucking easy for us, right? Let's make this...
Mein Leben!
Actually, here.
Time is money, friend!
Nah.
Glad I could help!
Let's save a little time. We'll get out there. We can fly back home when we want to. God, yeah. So, Darnassus, the location of Darnassus is just a kick in the nuts. Thunder Bluff is better. But, ugh. Look at all the food. God damn it. I remember what I needed now. To buy ingredients to make food.
Talk to me.
Well, good news here. Hang on. Oh, it's getting close to full. Getting close to full. That's the winner. Whatever we got, we got. There's Elder Dreamseer. We've already talked to him, right? Yeah, we'll do a little grinding out there in Unguro. Get ourselves set up out there for some success. Mage life. Mine got killed at 25. We'll see you when I complete the other quests.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Oh, look at this. I've got this creased letter I got to turn into Stormwind. Guess what? You know what? We'll get back to town and then we'll turn that in here, right? Talk to the Lunar Festival Harbinger. Fuck it. There we go. How about 32 free slots? We'll run around. We'll play it super safe here too. Because Unguro can still thump your gourd, right? Unguro can really thump your gourd. We're 55 now though. Winter Spring's coming up. Continuation of Western Plaguelands is coming up. If we really push it, Silithus is coming up, but I think I want to spend time in Winter Spring. We've got Felwood to finish up as well, too, by the way. Let's not forget that. I struggled with... I tried to go Frostmage. I tried to go AE. I struggled with it early on. I think I should have just focused one-on-one. Raoul Duke, that's right. Head on a swivel at all times while you're out here in Unguro. Those Devilsaurs are going to be eager to get all up in your DMs, as you kids say, I believe. We're going to continue to clear shit out of our bags here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got potions. We got plenty of shit to do. Whisper that to me. We might check it out on a future stream. That would be great, Caligula. I appreciate that. I left my crystals in the bank, but whatever. We'll go and grab those if we need to. We need to collect all of them. There's some blindweed out here for us to take. Don't even think for a moment we won't be jacking up on the goofballs here. Hang on. One of those. One of those. How about a little armor? How about a little spirit? I love the paladin so much. Here we go.
I need to get closer.
How many hours of this do I need to put you through? These mobs are even. -1. Yeah, I'm not very good morally or execution-wise in doing the Zul'Gurub. Like doing those pathing things. I'm not good at that. I'm not wired to do that right. I'm kind of old school tank and spank. How much can I mitigate it? Peace Bloom. Hey, tell the chef this is low-grade dog food, alright? Okay. Dog food? I'll show him dog food.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Yeah, Texas T-Boner. I wish, but because they don't do anything to it, I can't really fault anyone for doing it, right? I can't fault, and I don't even know if it's fault-worthy, but... Oh, last stream, ladies and gentlemen, we got the recipe for Elixir of Brute Force. Oh, that's so good. Oh, go get him, Chef Dog. Dreamless sleep potions going. Oh, how about this? Oh, noggin foggers, right? Only 2 hours to go, and it's great when we get the soil like that too, right? We'll have a seat. I know why. Peace Bloom. That's what that was. Yo, dog, I heard you Yo, dog, I heard you like level 1 herbs. Tense. I refuse. I refuse, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have quests out here. Like, I'm going to try and get this Primal Ooze. I think I have a quest for that. Take that. Oh, the sweet meat. The soil sweet meat right up here. Let's see if these primal oozes are what we want for our quest. Oh, guess what? Got 2 in the pouch. Good to go. We be fast and they be slow. I think I needed to go get seeds. I only have 4 left here. That's all right. Ah, how about that?
I'm out of range.
How about that 5 moral grain pull off of that? Eyes and ears open, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting closer to Devil Sar. Alright, are you the one? Yes. I should have let him... Oh, maybe he appears as Clone Dues. 1 down, 9 to go, right? Three soils. There's another ooze out there for us that we need to get. I think over here is where the devils are paths. Let's get a little damage shield going, right? Baron Char yells, "Where are the so-called heroes of this world? Too frightened to come out and play?" Baron Char's up. T-Boners comment about them not caring. The people that matter don't care. There are plenty of people that do, but T-Boner's right. Look at it from a product manager standpoint. They have a blueprint to make 50 to 75% of the money they made the first time around they released the first 3 expansions. Just by copy pasting. Why would you add nothing more than the bare minimum to get that money?
It's too far away.
Yeah. That's the vibe I got from you, T-Boner. That's the vibe I got from you, brother. I'm rooted. Mein Leben. I don't feel so bad doing the grind out here because A, Unguro soil. Two, these bitches unarmed 229, by the way. That's right, my unarmed skill is 229. Oh, let's actually get a little mana back here, right? 1 health. Take that. I'll do another drink. I mean, the money is kind of irrelevant. Kind of irrelevant. That's right. My punch is a 229. The 8% kid's got a mean right hook. I entertain you with noggin foggers. That means I can't ride my horse, though. That's alright. We're gonna get this joker right here. I kind of want to see the clone to see how it, if I can. Oh, my bad. Come here. Take that. Now follow me over here, sir. Thank you. Oh, I killed him too fast. That's all right. Ooze jar gets filled. We got 7 more of those to do. See, we're getting quest work done. Ooh, level 26. I feel ya. I feel ya. He doesn't need a mount, but see, with the... That's true, but if I have a mount, I'm 8% faster, Raul. And we can't avoid that 8% factor on the mount. I mean, it's the reason why I don't need to worry about carrot on a stick. Hammer. There we go. Pretty good drops on the Unguro soil here, right? You're getting farmed tonight. I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, I need to mount up. Sorry. Oh, I only got 3 minutes left anyway. Oh, here we go. Patience, discipline. I needed both of those. Unarmed. Some of that unarmed work.
That's still the charging.
I do love this class. I mean, seriously, right? Like, let's have that 10-second vengeance, Kevin. Come on, bud. I got a slow weapon. I want to get 3 swings off on it. Why can't I have that? Uh-oh, we're only at 20%. You know what we're going to do to Titus? Actually, we're fine. Oh, we are low. We're all right, though, right? Yeah, I think we're okay. We'll have a nice hale and hearty beverage break here afterwards. See, the longer the fight goes, the more chance I get to throw that judgment, throw a read command up. No hammer this time, but... Oh, come on. Get him. Oh, you suck. Sit down. This is me using one of my festival dumplings. 1, to get it out of my bag. 2, to speed up the process here. So you see, right? I've got water going, but then I also have the dim sum going effect. Second best food in the game, by the way, non-buff food, in my opinion, when eating food still mattered, right? Other than just for a buff. Yeah, that's right, Raoul Duke. Yeah, the 8% kit. I'll bring it up for you so we can all see. Retribution. Increases movement and mounted movement speed by 8%. This does not stack with other movement speed increasing effects. Spell batch that, fucker. Hammer. Here comes the hammer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sit down. I'll run over here and get this while I can. Do we arc around? Oh, Jesus. We're like at the start here. We're at the starting area. All right. Well, here. I mean, these are the easiest to hunt. These are the easiest to hunt and kill. So they're the most, I think the most farmed anyway. But still. We have so much shit here, right? I mean, tiny skeleton. Are we tiny skeleton? No, we're just skeleton. Or maybe we're tiny skeleton. No, we'll get tiny skeleton going though. Tiny paladin skeleton for the win, baby. I mean, look how ginormous these things are now. It's like I'm fighting a boss mob every fight. My play's not the best right now, but that's okay. I don't think we're going to get into too much trouble out here, right? These guys drop good herbs from time to time. Imagine if these guys had even like a 0.01% chance of dropping a Black Lotus. How fucking camp this would be, right? I'm not going to play. I'm at 46. There we go. Get him. There, take that. 75%. Whoa. Oh, look, we can actually... Yeah, we'll eat the last of the food that we've got going there, right? Oh, hole in the bag. That's good times. Yeah, Sunnyside. I mean, hey, listen. Don't drink in HC, ladies and gentlemen. Don't drink in HC. So you could just be tiny paladin? That's hilarious. When I need to mount up, I will be. Just tiny paladin, because you can mount up as the paladin, as tiny paladin, right? What's up, Tar Lurker? Unarmed 230. Yeah, here comes the hammer. Swing and a miss. A girl's soil, we love it. There we go. A little down rank healing there, right? I've resigned myself to the fact it's basically 2 and drink now as the paladin. 2 and drink. Oh, need more mana. Oh, look at that. Little scroll of protection, armor by 240. Mm-hmm. How about that 9 moral grain already, right? I gotta say, City Side, I gotta save up all my good play for Kevin on Thursday. I don't want to get, this is our third duo. I don't want there, I mean, I want there to be a fourth, but only after we successfully get Bone Dude and Plate Dude to level 60, by the way. So tiny. Pardon me. A little dusty in the desert here. What? There's a character by the name of Jeromeo that just logged off. I wonder if that's our new friend, No-Hit Jerome there. Oh, Silverette and Jeromeo. Yeah. Oh, no. Silverette has lifted that. Please don't say that that's their duo. Oh, no, 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 no. Not Sil. Oh, no. Is Silver streaming right now? By the way? Bruiseweed. Really? Is. Oh, God, no. No. I just saw Silverette has left the guild. Jeromeo has gone offline. Silverette has gone offline. Silverette has left the guild. You don't see her on? I don't know. Well, if that's not her, I don't think she has the name exclusive. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing, Baba? That's not the command you wanted. We'll get this and then we'll get the blind weed that's hanging out over here, right? Oops, that's not what I'm a little late on that one. Yeah, and Jeromeo just went offline. I know Jerome and Silver have been doing that duo together. Oh! He regened up over it. Regen that. Alright, fair enough then. We're good. I'm trying to... I don't play full-time in hardcore. I should, though. More. I will this week. I think we're okay here, right? Yeah. Hammer. Oh, see, it's that 100 health tick. Not including the charity. Yeah, that was fun. Doing that charity stream was fun. I hope I get asked to do more things like that. I have a feeling I will. I think I've already expressed, yeah, if you need stuff like that, count me in. Charity's a pretty important part of what I would like to start doing with this stream a little bit more than I am, right? Like, I'm kind of... Not that I'm in a holding pattern, but... Here, let's actually buff ourselves here, right? Doing things that you normally would do and it helps other people. Sign me up. Oh, I didn't even get the hammer off there. Tiny skeletal paladin dispensing great justice upon the tar lords of Unguro. I'm just gonna do a quick heal to even myself out. Wow, rooted me and unarmed me. How about that stun, Jackson? Sit down. I might be able to parlay this into a third. We're not going to get ourselves killed doing it. I'm going to sit here and grab this and tick up a little bit. Get it before he aggro's on me? Yes.
That's still recharging.
No roots for you, sir. They still slap. 3 to 4% armor a hit.
Not enough mana.
Oh, this is tight. It's gonna be a tight fucking finish here. Not even enough mana for a fucking command. Oh, and he's regenning up too. Holy shit. Fuck this. Ending this now. Use those potions or lose those potions. I was out of juice and he was regenning up. Yeah, whatever. Potion used. Potion used. Guess what? I know a guy who can make more. I know a guy who can make more. Soda water is better carbonated than sort of flat. Just for the record, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you knew that. That's why we do Baba Share Show, ladies and gentlemen, to provide you with such information. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Oh, I could. Yeah, you know what? Thank you. If Beaverhausen was here, we'd take a look at the archives of some of the crazy shit I've said on stream here. Oh no, sir. Oh, you're gonna unarm me instead. Well, take that. Oh, Rathit. Sit down. You think those oozes have respawned? If not, we're getting close to it, right? Like right in here, huh? Maybe a little bit more south. Hey! Any of you seen a ghost? Oh, I love it. Out here in Unguro. You would think I would be much more at home in Western Plaguelands. Nuh-uh. We had fun when we were out there, and we will be back. But this is home, right? It's the soil. We're going for soil here. Getting shitty drops. I guess 4 silver for Heart of the Wild. We're pretty good on the Moral Grain. That's 1 Cenarian cash right there, right? 10 Moral Grain gets you a Cenarian cash. Horde have it easier than Alliance. Horde have it easier than Alliance on that turn-in. Might have been better. You know what we could have done, actually? Instead, we could have put basically the turn-in out here in Unguro. You're collecting the fucking soil out here anyway. Why not do the turn-in here? Nah, I gotta make you fly back to the capital for some reason. Sit the F down, Kittensky. What's up, brother? You gotta. You fuckers, listen. You think you don't want to explore, but you do, T-Boner. Life route, huh? Likely fucking story, life route. You think you want that T-Boner, but you don't. I wonder who will speak at BlizzCon. I have to admit, since I've left, I haven't really gone to a BlizzCon. Like, I had to get caught up on the whole shit about what's going on.
I can't cast that.
How about a big baby heal on me? Yeah. Get him. Hammer. Sit down for all of that. Sit it down. Yeah, me too. I'm interested in seeing it now that it's free. Maybe they'll start to consider this a lost leader. Like I mean, credit where credit's due. The idea of, oh, I'm just gonna violently shake my desk as I scoot my chair in. Yeah, we're still JV. We still have our camera attached to the top of our monitor, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Bubba Share Show difference. That earthy, natural streaming feel. Wait, no slick, fancy production here yet. Highly doubtful, T-Boner. Highly doubtful that'll go down, friend. I mean, you got to think about it from Jalon Brock's perspective, right? President of Blizzard's a sweet fucking gig. CEO of the company. I never wanted to be a CEO. I never had a dream or grow it. I like it's always, I guess, the doing. Like creative direction is about as creative direction is about as much of the leader role as I would like to have. Chief Creative Officer, whatever bullshit title you want to attach to it. Hey, I've got this vision for an idea. I've got some vision. I want to share it with you. See if you get excited. You want to help me make this. I get to do that here on the stream. There's another reason why. You might ask yourself, why doesn't Baba go back into the business? One fucking health, thank you. Come here, Tower Creeper. Grinding on these guys does let me get to shoot the shit with you more. Like when I was out there in Western Plaguelands, head on a fucking swivel. Yeah, Arcturus, I've said this before. One of the great disappointments of management has been that once you learn how the secret recipe to how the sausage is made, it has been more than not that I just wish I didn't know how the sausage was made. Remember that issue that we ran into last time? Yeah, we're going to tick this off a little different before we get into our next fight. And again, it's not the company, ladies and gentlemen, it's the people. Some of the recipes to the sausage have been unsavory, to say the least. What are you doing? Chef Dog. Private Chef Dog, you out here get your grind on like we are? I need those primal oozes, but I need this Unguro dirt pile more. Yeah, no shit. God damn. Every time I come out here, dude, I think about that scene. I think about how that fight went down, right? Again, right? Like, the mistake, like, getting into the position where I feel like I need to use bubble, that's one thing. The fact that the Dreamless Sleep Potion fucked me was another. Oh my god, you can't bubble in Dreamless Sleep I'll refer you to episode whatever number that was, where you can watch Baba nearly shit himself out here in Unguro. Lesson learned, though, right? Yeah, use them or lose them here, right? But, you know, the whole streaming angle in hardcore, it's a challenge, right? It's a challenge. How many plates can you juggle? You know, Pentelogist, that's I think we've discussed this before, but I'm going to discuss it again. I think the mistake I make in scenarios like that is that I'm bubbling and I want to stay engaged in the fight. I actually think bubble is best suited in hardcore as a get the fuck out. Yeah, I can be heroic. Like if I'm deep in a cave, bubble ain't getting me to the exit, right? Bubble's not getting me to the exit. I need to bubble, bandage, get ready to get going, right? I need to bubble, do the business I need to do uninterrupted, and then re-engage in the fight. But out here in the field, oh, Zerker Moad, good to see you. Thank you for the follow. Happy to have you here on Baba Share Show. We got done with our big super share this evening. Now we're just kind of chilling on the 8% kid out here in Unguro. My hardcore level 55.739. My level 55 coming up on 56 hardcore paladin here. Oh, I can't wait to go protection. I cannot wait to go protection. That was some sweetness Baba got in on. It's going to be fun rediscovering Protection Paladin, but it's going to be fun going to protection. Captain America some shit. Set foot inside Stratholme, maybe? Soloing level 60 content as a level 70 Protection Paladin. I love doing shit like that. Oh, God. Oh, golly, I am hot today. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to Burning Crusade. I don't know what we're going to do with this guy anyway, right? I don't think I'm going to get 60 on this guy before BlizzCon, so we'll see how that goes, right? Oh, did I really do that? My bad. See, that's just auto-farming mode here in Unguro, right? That's just auto-farming mode. I don't need those anymore. I got the recipe, which is why we were farming the blood petals. 15, that's the problem, right? That's the problem with that quest. You need 15. 10 would be just fine. That would be, and that's just me giving criticism, hopefully constructive criticism to one of Moon Boots' quests, right? 15 is too much. 15 is just too much while you're out here, right? 10 would be okay, but you know, that, I mean, that potion, and it's a 2% drop, I think. Like, after you get 15, then you have a 2% chance to get that recipe. So what do you want to do? Chirac Demons, do you want to go 500 blood petals to get it on average, or 750? And thank you for the follow. Chirac Demons, glad to have you here on Baba Share Show tonight. You missed the super share. I recommend you catch it out on the video from earlier tonight. But we're doing the 8% kid right now. We're doing my hardcore character to end it up for the night. Oh, come on, baby. Finish that fight. The Donga not only dislikes smoke, apparently the Donga dislikes a salad. She's a hungry girl, that Dodonga. She's a hungry gal. Carrying around all those things. Is Dodonga male or female? I always assumed that it was a girl. And I think moon boots might indicate the gender of the Kodo in the quest text. What I'm going to do, kitten skis, I'm going to get 59 and change. I'm going to get 59 and change, and then I'm going to, like, just before my ding, and I'm going to bubble into Thunder Bluff so I don't get killed by the guards and then run off the edge. And die at like 59 and change. That'll be the ending of the 8% kid story. The Ironforge lava is too easy of a way out. Though I like where your head's at. What are you doing on Tarkov lately, bud? I mean, you've been playing this Go for a while. What do you take on Woods? Woods feels like Shoreline to me, dude. Still good opportunities for, oh, my Laban, but it feels a lot more like Shoreline now. I don't know if that's bad. It just feels like Shoreline. I have a feeling I'm going to be doing a lot more solo play if I go back to Tarkov, but again, there's just too much on the schedule here. I miss rat raids. I miss doing the rat runs. I miss the Ratnik. Like seeing what you can go in and come out with. How far do you want to push the Chad in your rat? In your Ratnik? How about a buff? Maybe I should buy the 15-minute buffs, huh, ladies and gentlemen? I might stay buff then, actually. We're out of juice. Now that I won't farm, now that I won't keep using, we should be obviously clicking up on these a lot quicker. We'll see how many we can get. I think we'll end the night out in Feathermoon Stronghold, probably. Or at least flying out there, because we got to buy more seeds, and fuck if I'm flying to Darnassus for all of that, right? See, Kittenski, you know what happened? It's kind of the equivalency. Your favorite map is gone, right? You got Cataclysm, dude. You got cataclysmed. I guess your map is still there. They just added a whole extra section, right? They changed some of the stuff in the lower part, but they just opened up the northern part of the map too. We're in Devil's Heart territory here now, so let's pay a little more attention to what our business at hand is. I'm going to run around for a bit. Enjoy playing it with others more now. I kind of do, but for reasons we don't need to go into, I'm going to go a little more solo for a bit. Like, I got my thing I do with Kevin every Thursday, and I love that to death. And I would like to do more group things.
I'm out of range.
But it's different. I thought I saw something over there. Layout in the sense of being able to sort of master your environment. Know if someone is doing a thing, they're probably going toward a specific location. Being able to like find the optimal spot where you set your shop up at, right? Where you take care of business. Mastery. One of the things that I've noticed in one of the things that, because of the frequency at which they reset, I'm interested in the game again because of the resetting. because everyone gets fresh. Like, the longer I don't play Tarkov, the less likely I am to be successful when I play Tarkov, if that makes sense. One, self-skill atrophies, but two, that dude who can't right now afford the bullets to penetrate that level 4 armor I'm kicking with efficiency will be, you know, who's probably the same skill level as me. Maybe probably better. A little better anyway. I'm not that bad, but I'm not that good. Can now afford the 7, 3, and 9, whatever the good shit is. Unarmed 234, by the way. Our cap is 275, by the way. I got a little monk action going on here with the paladin. Purple Lotus, Stygian, the best. Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Devilsar. Look where he's going. Up. Right through here. I guess we're kind of doing it here too. Hang on here. Twitch.tv/Baba Share Show. Or Twitch. That probably works better. Bluefish. Aiden Call. Whip 91. Don't think for a moment I didn't see it. But I did catch myself there for a moment, right? Like, oh, look at me. Maybe I'll fucking heal myself here first, right? Again, we're not going to get super complicated with the way we played tonight. It's already risky enough out here. Maybe we'll get a buff on us too here, right? Pay a little attention to ourselves here for a moment. We got close to dying just so we could tell you he's streaming. Haha, my health was low as well after looking back. Haha. It's funny in that, thank God I didn't die that way. There's your, that would be just the shittiest ending for this poor dude.
It's too far away.
Oh, hang tight, champ. We'll get it. I'm going to come up here and get that, though, too. That blind weed. Here, let's pay a little more attention to what we're doing here, right? Let's pay attention to what we're doing. You beat me by 30 minutes, Brody man. Hi. What's going on, dude? How are you? How are things with you, Brody man? Hello, Brody man chat. So good to see you all. In case you're new, I haven't plugged this in a bit. Here we go.
Just let me introduce myself.
7 months, dude. How about 7 more and 7 more after that, my friend? Thank you very, very much. How was your stream? I've done this once tonight already, but... He's good. The Mighty Kragu's doing pretty well. The 8% incarnation of this guy, of the Mighty Kragu, is trying not to get killed as we just out here grind on mobs. I should be paying more attention to what I'm doing, so I'm kind of doing a farming rotation that I know pretty well. But we just got done with our big super share tonight where I read from my development notebook. We made it to the middle of January 2015, right? So we've shipped WoW by this point. And now we're starting to do patches. We're starting to do things like that. We got our next super share up with the community here. People are already putting points toward that. Naughty Donkey, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the show. We're doing okay. We're doing all right. Hey, Brody man, I know the last thing people typically want to do when they're handing off people on a stream is to stick around and get into a significant discussion. And I don't know if this is significant discussion worthy. Do you mind sharing a few sentences on your thoughts on Among Us, seeing as though you've streamed Among Us? I remain hesitant to do it on a stream for reasons I've talked about with you before, right? And I shared a little bit with folks here, but I watched you do it. And I watched you do it to some... You bet we will be head swiveling and motherfuckers out here. Meaty Rose. Oh, let name Meaty Rose. Petals of Bacon. Delicious name. Nice to see you. Welcome to the show. Very happy to have you here. Oh, it's getting late. It's getting late. We're just grinding out here a little bit. We're going to try and not get killed by the fucking Devil Sar that roams around here. But we're just shooting the shit. Thank you, Kittenski. Thank you, Dexter. Yeah, that you know and play with often. Yeah. Take that. We'll get that going. 13 soils, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be out here for a bit longer. A little bit longer. I guess we'll look around for soil spawns up here again, even though we've been farming the fuck out of them. Like super close to the super close to the tar beasts. I don't think we have to worry too much about the Devil Star pathing. But still, I mean, relatively speaking, head on a swivel out here, right? They do kind of render in last, don't they? They certainly feel as such, Caligula. Yeah, I mean, Brody, man, yeah, like in games like that, I think that's a great point. As a streamer, it's hard because you want to not have anyone try to steal the show, right? Yeah. Even though you stream other people sometimes, streaming's kind of a really lonely fucking business because it's your show. I think it's silly if you are not trying to put yourself in at least a positive light, like an honest light, but positive light. But one of the things I noticed that when I was raiding from January to August is that I would stream the raids, but everyone got to hear what was going on in my chat. And now I'm sharing my stream with 39 other people. And when that one person makes that very awkward joke or some drama starts, Beaverhausen
cheered. X100. Congrats on the #1 rating for kids 15 and under. Lol.
X100, thank you so much for those biddies. I think when I was messing around with the stream, I clicked they're going to announce that. Yes, not so. That's not so. Oh, thank you so much for the donations toward the super share. Where are we at? One show, 7% raised, and I increased the price by 50%. Hyper combo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the show. Thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome to the show. Troptown, Drifty, always. Thank you. You share your space with other people, Brody, man, and chat in general, right? So when something goes very sideways, and fortunately / unfortunately, I've had a fair bit of practice of that over 310 plus streams now, right? But it still takes you out of, I mean, I call this a show. I call what I do a show, dude, right? But it's really streaming. It's really sharing who you are. For me, anyway, it's sharing who you are with an audience and being truthful and honest and in the moment, right? And so when other people come into the picture, like having that be a very controlled environment seems very important. Like when we were working on the idea of doing the looking for one more stuff, right? If that's how I introduced myself to the world, I would actually have been very restrained. And one of the things I probably would have been quoted for continually is, I'm sorry, please, you speak. You know how I do that, right? Like I'll get going. I don't want to trample stampede over people. Trampede. I don't want to trampede over people, dude. I know, I'm really good at trampeding shit. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful about that. But Among Us, I mean, ideally, it would be the perfect game for someone like me. Not yours necessarily, but in all of them, there is this small element of he or she, whoever lies the loudest, is the most successful. That's right, Caligula. We're fucking trampeding shit. Let's not forget Trampede. And if I forget about it, remind me. We're keeping Trampede. That's a keeper, ladies and gentlemen. And our various Baba-isms. Beaverhausen's got those Australian rights covered. Welcome to Baba Share Show. Trampeding the competition since August of 2019. Arcturus, that's a good question. I'd like to. I don't want to count. How are things for you? If you're still around, if you want to leave, you just want to chill, that's cool, dude. Cyber Knight, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. We're just getting our groove on here. We had our big super share tonight. I figured I'd end it with a little 8% kid action. You're going to see the 8% kid in action no later than Tuesday. Tuesday, 6 p.m. PST, by the way. Because we live out here in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada. This guy had a smooth leather helmet. That's right, Beaverhouse. That's right. He gets like a great split. He's got the setup. He put the business screws to me. Hammer of Wrath? God damn. Take that. That regen is kind of assy. Kind of assy. Yeah, I got my pontificating. Let's not trampede on each other here, ladies and gentlemen. Naughty dwarf. We're almost 56 just by doing this. Well, we've got the last 20% here, right? We've got the last fifth. I like farming these guys too because it allows me, again, that unarmed skill has to be at max. Yeah. I'd love to have one with you at some point, dude. Yeah, just to catch up, just to say hello. Whenever's good. I'm doing a podcast with my buddy James tomorrow. I don't know what time it is. I'll find out at some point. I guess I should wake up early. I don't know. I don't know things. All I want to do is not miss it, right? Not miss it and not curse too much on that stream. That's their space. I need to not have filthy mouth running all the time. Yeah, I mean, kudos to James and Kelly for getting that. It's called Here All Week with Kelly and James. Kelly Wright and James Ernest. I would love a podcast, but, you know, I'd also love to stay up to date on my stream and... $15 of these things, right? I don't think we're going to make it. I am getting a little... Well, let's at least... Look here, pal. Time is money, friend. Oh, the hammer. Sit down. I still have the, I still have these quest samples to do still, right? Oh, let's drink. We'll talk soon, bud. Hey, no hit Jerome. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, we just had our big super share tonight, Jerome. Ah! This is my favorite farm zone. This is my favorite farm zone. You can maybe relax a little bit here, at least if you farm. Picard76, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the show. Yeah, we read from our development notes for a few hours. I figured I'd end it with the 8% kid here before we kicked it off to some other streamer here tonight. Yeah, this is... I enjoy this in hardcore more than I enjoy being out there in the Plagueland. Plaguelands is all business, by the way. Plaguelands is all business. Give me that. Have we not been where the oozes have been? I guess not. Come here. Oh, I am like way unbuffed now. Alright, fuck this. Yeah, alright. Hold that thought. Hold that thought, ladies and gentlemen. Boop. Oh, that's right. That's right. Happy birthday. That's right. Happy birthday again, Tig. There's a... I will try to sing you a birthday song. It is the birthday song I learned at a restaurant called Chi Chi's which when I grew up in Indiana, right? Chi-Chi's is about as Mexican as we'd get. It's basically Mexican sit-down fast food quality, but it's all right. I mean, I thought it was great. I mean, it's good Mexican. I mean, there are much more authentic, great Mexican restaurants in Indiana that I'd discover. But it's Chi-Chi's. You find yourself at a Chi-Chi's every once in a while. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can do this. Are you ready? All right, here we go. This is for you, Tigraine. Happy birthday, bud. All right. This is the Chi-Chi's. Here, let me straighten myself out. This is the Chi-Chi's birthday song. Here we go. All right, ready? Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you. Olay! I shit you negative. That's their song. Olay! Right at the end, because, you know, Indiana Mexican food, right? Indiana Mexican food. They had, oh my God, here's the reason you go to a Chi-Chi's. Here's the reason you go to a Chi-Chi's, by the way. Fried ice cream. You get that, oh, it's a fried fucking ice cream, which is basically like deep fried ice cream or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's just so, ice cream with like this deep fried crunchy shit. Oh. So good. So good. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Mistrallo. Oh. I'm a wanted man, Mistrallo. I'm a wanted man. Oh, buddy, thank you so much. You brought a smile to my day.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Well met.
All right, we're going to Feathermoon just because that's where we're going to end it. I'm going to go buy seeds from myself. That's right. I just said I'm going to go buy seeds from myself. Exactly, exactly. And then they have Italian pizza. Pardon me. So good. That's all right. That's all right. Half the shit I say doesn't make sense to me upon retrospect. Upon retrospect. Oh, well, this is probably, I mean, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is we're getting close. I am. Tell me who we're raiding tonight. Tell me who we're going to take this pain train over to. You tell me. Who do we go see? I'm the one in Feathermoon Stronghold. Yeah, no hit Jerome. That's me. That whole island, by the way, Feathermoon Stronghold, a majority of the NPCs you interact with quest-wise, that's my old EQ group that I spent years of my life in dungeons with. That's Latro. I changed the name slightly so that only if you knew, it's like I guess this is Easter egg level shit. Latronicus is Latro, Mike. Vestia is Vestia. I didn't want to change her name. Jinro Hearthkindle is Janesh Holgarsh. Quintus Jonesspire is Quintissimo Jones, because I don't think Quintissimo Jones, that's me, is appropriate for WoW naming. Praticus is Pratt, the 5th member of our team. I mean, there were people that would cycle in and out, but then the 6th person, he's not actually there. Where he is, he's Horde only. He's Horde because he would be Horde. That would be Geede, Ghede. He was a guy that we did shit with all the time in EQ. And he's the guy shoveling dirt up there in Thunder Bluff, where he talks like Sergeant Hartman from Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, that's us. You'll see when we get there. We've got shit that we can do in Feralus here too, right? We've got no. Is that Feralus? Actually, yeah, we have quests we can arguably do in Feralus. Energize Troyus' staff. We'll pick it up here no later than Tuesday with the options we gotta do, right? See, I don't go back and revisit it. I say nay. I have last... seriously, fuck Stardew Valley. Go play Valheim. You want to see a goddamn auto-absorb inventory system, how it should work. Go fucking play Valheim, because it is Stardew Valley. Valheim is Stardew Valley. Valheim is Minecraft. Valheim is Ark. Valheim is all those things that we want in those kind of games. No hit, Jerome. Do you like building shit? Do you like making things up from scratch, like your little house? You go out into the world and explore. Do it solo or grab some friends. $20 is $20 in the words of the great Buck Nasty, right? But it's $20 fucking dollars, dude. I mean, I have been entertained far more for that $20 than a number of $60, $70. Oh, go to you. Than Valheim. Jerome, it's so good. It's so good. I rarely do this. I don't have any room in my schedule right now. We need to go to 5 days. I made a Valheim start screen. That's how big it is. Very few games get their own start screen. Oh my God. Just, you know what? I encourage you to do it and not know a goddamn thing about the game. Go in there and just fall into the world of discovery. See if you can figure shit out for yourself. I went to one website once to verify a piece of information, and I was like, you know what? I was right, and I'm so glad. I guess I'm right. I won't waste my time. But nah, fuck it. It's not super complicated, too, right? They do a pretty good job with the UI. Yeah. Minecraft. I mean, they've got you're fighting these giant trolls that actually aren't that difficult when you stop to think about it. But here you go, right? I'll run you around. I'll introduce you to my EQ group. Praticus. There's Pratt McGrubbin. The reason why his last name is McGrubbin is because I was the druid of the group and I had this ability called Forage. And I would forage these fishing grubs. Every once in a while when I would forage one up, I would just stick it. What you would do is you trade with another player is you would just take the item and jam it in their tune, like as though you're dropping it on them. And it would just jam it in their inventory that they would have to trade it. And I would say accept, and it would just be one grub. I always grubbed Pratt like that. Pratt was the paladin of the group. I had a paladin, but in our little 5-man shenanigans that we had going, he was the paladin. By that time, I was playing a druid. I had plans to blow out this island. And I've talked about that before on streams past. I don't mind restating stuff. There's Latro. Latronicus Moonspear. His EQ name was Latro Acerbus. Latro Acerbus. Vile Rogue is what that translates to in Latin. There's his wife, Amy, a.k.a. Vestia. I'll show you my buddy Dan, a.k.a. Janesh. In this game, it's Jinro. Right there he is, up there, right? Jinro Hearthkin. He was a Shadow Knight. A Shadow Knight. If you know anything about EQ, Our main tank would sometimes be a paladin, sometimes be a shadow knight. Actually, we used both of them because together they probably equaled one tank. Hybrids in World of Warcraft are really, really good. Hybrids in EQ, not so much. Except for druids and necromancers who could kite. They were the only classes that could actually solo anything. This is me.
Peace be with you.
This is sort of... I did very little vanity stuff for me. Yeah, I put me and my wife out, and I guess I do more than just that. I put me and my wife and my cat out in Red Ridge. I put Quint here, but I put him in the context of with my EQ group. I gave myself some mincemeat fruitcakes for Christmas, if that's all right. It's all right that I... Is it okay that I kind of did a little self-pimping on that front? I need to purchase some more seeds, though, right? At the end of the day. I wish I could purchase more than 20, but I really can't because I really don't have room. Cost isn't necessarily the prohibitive issue. I will buy, however, 21.
I am.
Because, yeah, I'm sure you are, Quint. Hang on, dude. Just one, right? Because, yeah, we're going to hit it up. Hit that pouch. Subjugation, I should be flogged. Oh, Caligula. Seriously, backspace is crazy. Oh, pardon me. Your shitty ASMR dollar's going to work. Ugh, life fruit. Not worth it, but still worth it. In Cataclysm, this place got nuked. Big fucking crater here now, right? I have never gone to this place here in Cataclysm. Never had the heart to do it. In my mind, Feathermoon Stronghold always will look like this. I wish I had gotten back to be able to finish some of this stuff up, but still. A little less cataclysming of games would be alright by me, I think. Wow. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I mean, it's got that deep jungle vibe, right? And what it does is... It's kind of got a little bit of a similar vibe to Ungoro. But Ungoro feels like that step up. Much like in a lot of ways, I feel like, you know, it's a big transition going from jungle to desert. When you go from Ungoro to Silithus, right? Each zone has its own feel and vibe. We got a roof over our head. The Night Elves don't believe in chairs. Subjugation, I guess these are the memories that we'll have now together, right? When we talk about Feathermoon Stronghold, you and I can refer to it as this. If I talk to someone about Feathermoon Stronghold or Thousand Needles or the way old Olgrimmar used to be, it's different. That's progress, right? Not to give the finger to that sort of thing, but you know, retroactive continuity only really serves. It only serves a purpose to just kind of forcibly erase the memories of things. I don't think you reuse space. But that's just my opinion, ladies and gentlemen. You may take that for what it's worth. I offered it freely.
Till we meet again.
Thank you for indulging me there with a little bit of the 8% kid to even things out there. I really, ladies and gentlemen, do hope you loved the super share tonight, our fourth one. I don't remember if anyone suggested who we're going to raid. But let's see who's on, right? I always say there's a chance you might see me on an off day. I'd love to get a little traction with it, but the latest you're going to see me is Tuesday, 6 p.m. PST. See? Liz is going with Valheim. It's okay. Okay, it's Liz is doing Valheim. Soviet Hammer. I think we'll raid him. Chicken Basket's also going. Those are the people I know. Hang on here. I'm looking at various World of Warcraft. I'm sure there are people. I see a lot of Nax raids. I just don't see people doing the hardcore other than Soviet Hammer and Chicken. Like, I've raided each of these folks before. I was hoping to maybe raid someone new. What do you guys think? The real Esquire?
Or whatever it is, it's got to get by us.
Right, Mistrallo.
Go get her, Ray.
Let's find out. Classic Mage 500 Mob Maradon boosting. Masterclass, that's not hardcore. Treba's video. Oh, he's part of Classic Hardcore. Yeah, fuck it. I didn't realize that. We'll hit him up. We're going to raid the real Esquire, ladies and gentlemen. I stand corrected. He's part of the hardcore community. Might be doing something different. We'll figure it out. It'll be a chance for us to say hello. I don't think we've had a chance to see each other before. Anyway, here's who we're lining up to go see. If you'd be so kind as to give me a moment. Oh, what happened to my shit? Quick actions. Oh, I suppose I could just type /raid, right? Right. Let's see this person's name here. Hang on. You get to hang out with me as old man Ganoush figures out how to end shit. Here we go. Hang on. Raid the real Esquire. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Peace. I'll see you no later than Tuesday. Let's go say all 67 of you. Jesus Christ. We'll take you all over there, all right?
Winter storm that we've had in years and years and years and years and years. Yo, the